There we go. Right.
Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, May 24th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting. Joining us are 4 board members in the room and Supervisor Vice Chair Kofanali is online. At this time, I'll have the clerk read out the closed session.
Closed session for today, Tuesday, May 24th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Service Employees International Union 1021 versus County of Calaveras, unfair practice charge number SA-CE-1180-M. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 1 case, significant exposure to litigation. Item 3, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with county designated labor negotiators Krista Van Latta and Judy Hawkins regarding the following employee organizations: Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 1021, Sheriff's Management Union Unit, SMU, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, CCPSEA, Deputy Sheriff's Association, DSA, Calaveras Management Union, Calaveras Supervisors Union, unrepresented employees.
Great, thank you. And at this time, we will convene into...
and there's no public comment.
Oh, yes, thank you. Is there any public comment?
None. Thank you.
Seeing none, we will go into closed session. We'll see everybody at 9. Thank you. Okay. Good morning and welcome to the Board of Supervisors Tuesday, May 24th, 2022 board meeting. At this time, the board will be going back into closed session, so there is nothing to report. If you could please all stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have many
Report out from May 17th.
Oh, yes, thank you. Report out from the 17th.
Report out of closed session from May 17th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with county designated labor negotiators Krista Von Latta and Judy Hawkins regarding the following employee organizations: Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 1021, Sheriff's Management Union, SMU, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, CCPSEA, Deputy Sheriff's Association, DSA, Calaveras Management Union, Calaveras Supervisors Union, unrepresented employees. Board action, no reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you. With that, I just want to alert the public, we're going to be moving the agenda around a little bit here. We have a few hard stops, and we also have many attendees that need to get back to school for the rest of the day. And so you will want to linger the meeting a little bit longer, but we need to be respectful of the time here. So at this time, I'm going to go into the recognition of acknowledgement for item number 4 and 5, and after those are done, for everyone to know, we will be going into regular agenda item 18, and then coming back at our regular agenda of staff announcement and working back through. Okay? Is there any public comment on that before we begin? Seeing none, at this time, I will have the clerk read the recognition and acknowledgement.
Item 4, proclamation. Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, adopt a proclamation recognizing the 2022 valedictorian and salutatorian from Bret Harte High School.
Do we have Bret Harte here? Who are my fellow bullfrogs? That's bummer.
It costs more in gas to get here from Bret Harte than Calaveras.
Well, with that, I will read the proclamation for Bret Harte, and we will send it over to them. So, whereas each year Bret Harte High School selects one student with the highest grade point average to be the valedictorian, and one student with the second highest grade point average, the salutatorian. And whereas the coursework completed is difficult and the competition for such an honor is highly competitive. Whereas these students serve as role models for their classmates and underclassmates through exemplifying critical thinking, communication, problem solving, and organizational skills. And whereas in addition to achieving the highest and second highest class rank, these students have demonstrated many qualities such as integrity, hard work, determination, and a commitment to excellence through their 4 years in high school. And whereas these students are honored at their high school graduation ceremony, but because of the achievement is so significant and worthy, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors wishes to recognize them as well. And whereas Bret Harte High School valedictorian for 2022 is Jordan Smith, and whereas Bret Harte High School salutatorian for 2022 is J.C. Davey. And with that, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion and approval. I need the public comment.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll move this item.
Public comment? No, it's my fault. Is there any online?
No online public comment.
Okay, with that, we have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Passes on a 5-0. Thank you. Moving on, clerk, number 5.
Item 5, proclamation, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, adopt a proclamation recognizing the 2022 valedictorians from Calaveras High School.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'd like to invite the valedictorians to come up while I recognize them. If Calaveras High School valedictorians could come on up and right up here.
Do you want them inside or just right there?
Let them in.
Okay.
I'm going to do a page out of reading. No. Got to be on full camera for everybody.
On the other side of the mic.
This thing's not doesn't.
I can turn it, yep.
Three days right there.
Was that you?
No, definitely wasn't.
So
A lot more potential.
it is my pleasure to read this recommendation. I have known some of you since you were kindergartners, and so it means a lot to me. And you guys are a great group of students, and you guys represent really some of the best that comes out of our county. So we, as the Board of Supervisors, are very proud of you, and we hope you guys go out and do great things. And then, of course, we hope you come back and participate in our community and continue to build this, be a part of this community to help raise you guys up. So it's with great pleasure that I get to read a proclamation recognizing the 2022 valedictorians from Calaveras High School. Whereas each year an elite group of students meets the academic standards necessary to be declared valedictorians of their graduating high school class, and whereas the coursework completed is difficult and the competition for such an honor is competitive, and whereas these students serve as a role model for their classmates and underclassmen through exemplary critical thinking, effective communication, problem solving, and organizational skills. And whereas in addition to achieving a cumulative grade point average of 4.0 or higher, these students have demonstrated many admirable qualities such as integrity, hard work, determination, and a commitment to excellence throughout their 4 years in high school. And whereas these students are honored at their high school graduation ceremony, but because these achievements the achievement is so significant and worthy accommodation, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors wishes to recognize you as well. And whereas the Calaveras High School valedictorians for 2022, in order of class rank and alphabetical, are Emma Allende, Garrett Hesser, Sage Miller, Bridget Broglio, Isabel Maris, Cindy Remus, Fabiola Solis, Sierra Lowry, Leon Tuazon, Peyton Curran, Brock Woody Gardina, Dean Habestat, Tori Josies, Andrew Shavoya, Madison Clark, and Taylor Horn. Congratulations for all your achievements. Madam Chair, if may I see if there's any, can I want me to run the rest of this item?
Is there a motion?
Public comment.
Oh, public comment.
Public comment?
Keep forgetting that this morning.
There's no online public comment.
Okay, anyone here? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Supervisor Stopper?
As by some miracle, as a graduate from Calaveras High School, I'd like to move this.
We have a motion, is there a second?
I will, Supervisor Stopper?
I will second the motion.
Second by Toffenelli, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very well. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors commends these students named as valedictorians for 2022 on their impressive accomplishments, passed and adopted by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, State of California, this 24th day of May, 2022. Congratulations. You will all be, we will deliver to the school a copy of the certificate for you. And
Some of the students be doing everybody's and some stay here so we can get a group photo.
sure.
So,
Okay.
whole lot of potential here.
Some of you are going to have to go with
Congratulations,
that.
good
Some
job,
of you are front
all
row.
you.
Take those seats take them up there.
All right. Back behind. Everybody else shift over. Did a great job, guys. You guys should come back and take these seats permanently. All supervisors?
Okay.
Okay.
Even Brett.
Yeah, we'll let some purple in here for this time.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Again. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. And Terry Tanner, thank you. Thank you very much. Guys.
And congratulations to all the parents. You've done a great job raising your kids.
Thank you, parents. Again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, John, you were good. Okay. We're going to wait here a second while the clerk gets situated.
Okay.
Ready? Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was exciting. At this time, we're going to move to item number 18. John, if you are ready, is everyone online, ready to go?
Madam Chair, I'm only seeing a few of the attendees online at this moment.
John, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Jason.
There could be just two.
See about 3 of them now.
There's 1, 2. Go. In the interest of time, we'll go ahead and hopefully some of the others can join us as we move through this item, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Okay, perfect. At this time, I will be recusing myself, and Supervisor Garamendi will be chairing this item. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Clerk, do you want to read the item? Or
I should have to read it. Yes, item 18, action item OES. 1, approve and authorize the Calaveras County Director of Emergency Services or designee to execute a substantially similar version of the attachment master good neighbor agreement with the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Service, Stanislaus National Forest regarding the provisions of authorized forest, rangeland, and watershed restoration services. 2, authorize the Calaveras County Director of Emergency Services or designee thereof to execute subsequent amendments to the Master Good Neighbor Agreement after review and approval by County Council and the County Administrative Officer. And 3, authorize the Calaveras County Director of Emergency Services or designee thereof to execute subsequent supplemental project agreements regarding the provision of specific forest, rangeland, and watershed restoration services and any amendments thereto after review and approval by County Council and County Administrative Officer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Osborne, would you like to take this away?
Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. Good morning, board members. John Osborne, your Director of Emergency Services. This item is been probably 6 months in the making. Recent federal law changes have allowed counties like us to enter into good neighbor agreements with the Forest Service regarding authorized forest, rangeland, and watershed restoration services. We have partnered with the Stanislaus National Forest and the Tree Mortality Program to craft this agreement. With us today is Karina Robertson and Ray from the Forest Service, so I'd like to welcome them, and then as well Jason Smith, he's one of our foresters with TSS Consultants. They're along with us today. Essentially what this master good neighbor agreement will do is allow us to partner with our friends and colleagues from the Forest Service to conduct certain types of projects, including working together on the National Forest and County Roads for the Tree Mortality Program. This agreement is not limited to that. It does provide for us to collaborate and seek out other projects that are beneficial to both the forest and the county, and they surround fire prevention, forest restoration, fuels management, and things along those lines. The agreement's quite extensive. We went through many iterations in the collaborative process to arrive at the attached good neighbor agreement, and this will provide a framework for us to develop individual projects that we can do collaboratively. The first project in the pipe is conducting the Tree Mortality Program on county roads that lie within the National Forest. And the good folks from the Forest Service have been very collaborative with us and are willing to assist us in completing the Tree Mortality Project along county roads in the forest, and they will assist us financially with getting that done. We are contemplating other projects, including fuel breaks along some of those roads, and we've been, as a team, working through development of several spas, the first being the Tree Mortality Spa, and I'll back up. A spa is a supplemental project agreement to the agreement you see before you, and that'll be how we operate collaboratively. Is we'll develop a project and memorialize that project in a supplemental agreement, and the supplement agreement, if I may share screen right quick here. Can everybody see the supplemental project agreement?
Yes,
I can see it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So these are what the agreements look like. This one is to reduce fuel loading and removal of diseased and dying trees. And each of our team's responsibilities are laid out. What we will do, both the county as well as the Forest Service. It includes the mutual understandings that we'll have a joint scope of work, that we're going to collaborate and consult together, and even includes, as I scroll through here very quickly, a financial plan so that we are all on the same page of music, literally, when it comes to where the money for the projects are going to come from, and how that was determined for each project. And then it actually goes into the scope of work, which is kind of in the weeds as far as this presentation goes, but it will lay out who's doing what regulations need to be followed for each of those, each of the spas. In this particular one, just by example, like the removal of slash, what's going to happen with hand and machine piling, those kinds of things. So the agreement before you today is the overall umbrella agreement that will allow us to execute these projects as funding and needs arise. And then I will invite, I see Michael Jow from the Forest Service joined us. Good morning, Michael. And then I would just invite our Forest Service partners to add on to anything that I have missed.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ray Cabline. I am the District Ranger on the Calaveras Ranger District. And on behalf of the district as well as the Stanislaus National Forest, we're very excited about this agreement moving forward. There's a lot of potential projects that I think we can partner with, and hopefully there's funding down the road to add to these projects on the federal side. So I'll leave the technical stuff to Karina and Michael, but on behalf of the Forest Supervisor and myself, we're very excited about what we can do moving forward with Calaveras County.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah, and I'll just add that this is our first good neighbor agreement on our forest, and it's allowing us to work across those jurisdictional boundaries. It allows us to work collaboratively to get projects done. And it's just a way to really streamline getting these fuels reduction projects done. Like as John was mentioning, first we're providing funds to help assist with the Calaveras County Hazard Tree Removal Program. Then we're looking at reducing brush along the county roads. And we also have another spot that we're looking at, which is McKay's Strategic Fuel Break, which is part of the multi-jurisdictional fuel break that some of our other partners have been working on. And this is just really a way for us to streamline this work and a way for Calaveras County to have their hand in these fuels reduction projects. It's a big concern for all of us, Forest Service, the county, the community. I get so many calls with people asking how they can help. And this Good Neighbor Agreement is a step in the right direction to get everybody involved. I have so many people that want to go after grant funds, but we don't really have a mechanism to just work with the general public. So by us getting into this Good Neighbor Agreement with the county, we now have that mechanism in place. So when also funds become available with the Forest Service, we now have a mechanism to where we can put those funds to get project work. So this is really, like I said, a good step in the right direction. So thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you, Karina. Michael, I think you're on mute. Although it doesn't show that, but I can't hear you. Oop, now you're back on mute. Maybe unmute one more time, Michael. Try again here. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. A problem with the headphones. So Ray and Karina covered a lot, but what I really want to also highlight is that right now we're coming to the realization that that it's not just any one jurisdiction that can address the problems that we have, whether it be hazard tree
or fuels reduction. And so this really allows us to work continuously. It doesn't stop at the forest boundary. It doesn't stop at county or private. So this allows that continuous treatment, and that's part of what the Good Neighbor Authority is about, allowing us to do things, allowing our neighbors to work on Forest Service. And it also increases our capacity. We're starting to increase our staff. We're starting to get some increase in funding, though that will be come over the next several years. But this really allows us to increase our capacity to get work done on National Forest System land, as well as work towards that mutual interest and mutual benefit. So really appreciate you guys taking the interest in this, and John for really bringing it to us and getting us going. So thank you, and thank you to the board for considering this.
Thank you, Michael. Jason Smith, our TSS Forester, did you have anything to add, sir?
I think they covered pretty much everything. Just that, this is one of the either second or third Good Neighbor Authority with a county in the state. So, and there's a lot of interest in these kind of agreements. So it's a really good time to take advantage of this. The great thing about Good Neighbor Authorities is the money can flow both ways. The county can pursue grants on its own and fund projects on the national forest, and likewise the forest can, when they receive money, they can contribute it to county projects on the national forest. So I think the county's in a really good spot to be a good partner here. Like Karina said, there's a lot of interest in doing work on the national forest, but it takes a strong partner with a strong administrative capacity, the staff and the grant writing skills to kind of execute these things. So I think we're in a really good spot to go forward.
Thank you, Jason. And then lastly, just a couple of notes about the Good Neighbor Agreement. Many have probably heard of the Mastered Stewardship Agreements, like Tuolumne has with the Stanislaus. This is a little bit different version of that, and one of the features that led us to go towards the Good Neighbor Agreement versus a Mastered Stewardship Agreement is the Good Neighbor Agreement does not require any match, and the Mastered Stewardship Agreement does. So that gives us, as a rural county and resource scarce county, gives us the ability to, like Jason said, the money can flow both directions, and we're not constrained by a particular percentage of contribution. For the first SPA and SPAs in the future, we divide up essentially the administrative work and the environmental work. The Forest Service has graciously agreed to assist us with the NEPA and the CEQA issues that these projects often have to work through, and then the county's contribution will be some administrative oversight. Fortunately, in the first SPA, we have a great project manager that will help us through that, and we'll be able to be pretty nimble when it comes to funding and being able to react to opportunities as they come. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much, John. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you, interim fill-in Vice Chair Darren
Stand
No, I really see this as opening the door both ways. I'm glad it's being put forward as a good neighbor policy as opposed to the master stewardship. I really see the value in it, be able to flow both ways, depending on, what's working for us with one entity or the other. And I just really appreciate the Forest Service coming forward, working with us and bringing this forward to us so that we can all benefit in our entire community. It's about as simple as it gets.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Stopper. Supervisor Toffenelli, did you have something?
Yes, I do.
I do have a couple things to say. I want to thank the Forest Service for joining us in this partnership. And John, thank you very much for bringing this to us. I do have a couple questions, though. One is on Section 5, Paragraph A, says there is no statutory match required for this authority. However, the cooperator is encouraged to provide available resources to projects of mutual benefits. All funding and contributions will be captured on the financial plan for each SPA. What exactly is that trying to say? If you say there's no matching, it kind of sounds like that there is some matching here on some of these SPAs. So if you can explain that to me specifically.
So what that lays out, and I'll provide it through an example of the tree mortality program. We have essentially grant funds through the California Disaster Assistance Act that pays for 75% of our tree mortality work. And so that wording is encouraging us to use that to provide the funding to do the tree mortality program on the Forest Service land where county roads are, if that makes sense. So we're going to use that program, the grant funds from the tree mortality program, to do work on the stand forest, and then the Stanislaus National Forest is going to, in that particular instance, going to provide the other 25%, making the tree mortality program essentially cost neutral for the county on the Forest Service land near the roads.
So that, and what it's saying is that would be a financial plan that's signed by both parties to that agreement?
Yes, that's that graph that is in, or the, not a graph, but the financial plan is a part of each and every SPA, and it details who's going to bring what to the checkbook.
Okay. I have one other question, and it's for Sarah. Sarah, as I look at this agreement, I don't see any indemnification clause in it at all. Is there a necessity for an indemnification from each party? Since we're both going into Staines and they're taking out their spas and we're doing our spas or grants or whatever, and we're all in a partnership here, should there not be some type of indemnification here?
Supervisor Toffanelli, I don't believe that's, a standard part of these agreements, which is why it's not here. In the absence of an indemnification provision, generally each party would be responsible for its own conduct or actions, but I don't know if anyone from the Forest Service can speak to whether those are ever included in these types of agreements. It's also something that may, I'm just speculating, but it might be a part of the individual project agreements, but wouldn't be part of the master agreement.
Yeah, I think when you look at Section 5 again, it's Part E. It clearly states that the master agreement obligates neither party to offer or accept any project proposal. So it's through those SPAs that we really design each project, and we have to come to agreement on what that project looks like. And then also going back to that funding piece, there is no match required for the GNA, and that's the benefit of using the Good Neighbor Authority, and also that you're the county, so we can definitely, it's just an easy mechanism to use. So we don't have to come to the table with any match, neither party, but since we do have that vested mutual interest, we usually do come to the table with funds because we both want to see the project move forward. And so for the county, it'll be going after grant funds, which would be an easy match, but it's not required. And for the Forest Service is when we get our hands on extra cash that comes through, we can donate it or give it to the project. And so it's not required, but it's something that we've never had an issue with any of our partners. Everybody comes to the table with funding because we all want to see the project move forward. We want to protect our community, and we want to see the fuels reduced and the hazard trees abated.
And Supervisor Toffanelli, it does make sense to me that that we would contemplate some sort of potential indemnification language in those individual SPAs, since those are the actual agreements to do projects and kind of where the rubber hits the road, and that wouldn't necessarily be in this broader Good Neighbor agreement.
Okay, I'll trust you, Sarah.
Carrie, you have other questions, or is that good? Okay,
That's all I had.
thank you. We have one more question, Supervisor Stopper?
Back to the 5A that Mr. Toffenelli brought up, that this does provide us the opportunity my question is, does this provide us the opportunity for in-kind contributions when it comes to certain types of these grants? When it comes to, let's say, setting up, if there's clearing on sides of roads, we can do a contribution in kind of possibly some of our employees working on the jobs and such. I'm questioning in-kind contributions, administrative.
John?
Yes, that does, it can include the in-kind, and again, that falls into, we've kind of agreed to divvy up that work of where the strengths come from. We have the ability to provide some administrative oversight, and then in return, again, the trade there is that the Forest Service is going to be helping us with NEPA and CEQA and other things. But of course, it's not limited to that. In the SPA that I showed you, it actually does show a spot for in-kind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item? Anybody online?
There is no online public comment.
I see no public comment on the room. I'll bring this item back to the board. I would like to, before we call a vote, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Forest Service for their continuing partnership. Ray, doing a great job up the hill. And I really do feel like this is a shared resource. We're working together, working with our national forest partners. I think it feels good. And so I will move it and see if Ms. Callaway would like to make a motion or a statement.
Yes, both. The statement I'd like to make is the Calaveras Ranger District has been an integral partner, at least in the Ebbets Pass corridor, and I'm sure the rest of the county. I'm just mostly familiar with Ebbets Pass, and I truly thank you. And I also want to thank District Ranger Kalan for working on the Arnold Rim Trail with us. We haven't seen you out there enough. Just want you to know the third Saturday of the month, 8:30, Hathaway Pines Ranger Office.
She hasn't quit, Ray.
But truly, the Forest Service has been a real partner with Calaveras County and the community over these many years, and this is just an extension of that partnership, and it would be my honor to make the motion on this Good Neighbor Agreement. Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Callaway.
Unless Mr. Toffenelli wants to make it, I'll do the second.
Go ahead.
Okay, second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries 4-0, 1 absent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, John, and thank you very much for service. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then regather here in 9:52. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back. At this time, we're going to move back up to the top of the agenda and start with staff announcements, and I believe we have Ms. Medina. Good morning.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, respective board members, CAO Von Mata, County Council, and Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. At the last free rabies and microchip clinic in May, Focus volunteers and animal services staff gave 112 rabies vaccines and 54 microchips. A huge appreciation and thanks to Focus volunteers and Dr. Michael Hayes for making this another successful event. There will be another free vaccine and microchip clinic on June 11th from 9 to noon, here again at the Government Center. The attending veterinarian will be Dr. Kathy Gatlin. We are truly thankful to all those that donate their precious time. So far, from March to the May free clinics, there have been 495 rabies vaccines given and 242 microchips given to our Calaveras fur babies and family members. We have several animals up for adoption. Our new additions include goats, and I didn't get a chance to put a rabbit on the PowerPoint slide this morning, but I will for our next meeting. The goats are Billy and Billie Jean. I named them. It was kind of fun. The goats were nursed back to health and are ready to be taken home, so please come and visit us at our animal shelter. They are both very friendly, although they did kind of butt our animal services manager yesterday when he was taking care of them. But they are very friendly and they enjoy humans. And so until next time, thank you again and have a great day, Calaveras.
Thank you. Is there any other staff announcement?
There's no other staff announcement.
Okay. And with that, we'll move back into recognitions and acknowledgement. And next up, we have item number 6, and I will let the clerk read that out.
Item 6, proclamation, Health and Human Services Agency adopt a proclamation declaring May 2022 as Community Action Awareness Month and recognizing Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency.
We have Stacy, and Supervisor Stopper will be reading out the proclamation.
All right,
Good morning,
Stacy.
Stacy.
Would you like to follow me reading the proclamation?
I will listen. I will follow your direction, Supervisor Stopper.
Wow. That's one. I'm marking the calendar. Whereas community action originated with the passage of the Economic Opportunities Act of 1964 as a part of President Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty. The ambitious purpose of this statute was to mobilize the human and financial resources of the nation to combat poverty in the United States. And whereas community action is a robust federal, state, and local program funded through the Community Services Block Grant, connecting people to services and creating pathways to prosperity by promoting economic stability as an essential aspect of empowering and enhancing stronger communities and stable households. And whereas community action has made essential contributions to individuals and families, both nationwide and locally, by creating economic opportunities and strengthening communities through community-wide solutions. And whereas the Community Action Network is composed of over 1,100 organizations nationwide, focusing on delivering innovative services and supports that create greater opportunities for individuals, seniors, families, and children to succeed. And whereas the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, our local multi-county community action organization, is celebrating 31 years of providing valued services to local residents. And whereas the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency served a total of 630 individuals in over 400 households during 2021 by providing low-income and vulnerable residents with housing program services and and Operation Comfort and Care Supplies in Calaveras County and Mariposa County. And whereas the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency serve community members and partners through capacity building opportunities and special projects that benefit the whole community. And whereas the dedication and commitment of the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency board, staff, and volunteers to the services of others through meaningful, community-driven work has greatly and positively impacted the lives of those in need in our local communities. And whereas the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency is committed to seeking collaborative partnerships that create opportunities to better serve vulnerable individuals, seniors, families, and children who are experiencing difficulties through various safety net programs in an effort to attain self-sufficiency. Stacy.
Thank you, Supervisor Stopper. Good morning, Madam Chair, respective board members, CAO Van Lotta, County Council, Deputy Clerk of the Board, and our guest. And Al, I have to tell you, it's such a blessing to see you again. It's been a long time, so made my heart happy to watch him walk in this morning. Supervisor Stopper, thank you so much for reading the proclamation and highlighting some of the amazing work of community action. 2022 marks the 58th year since the Community Action Network was established to help families and communities overcome obstacles due to poverty. There are over 1,100 agencies across the country who are working every day to create opportunities and transform the lives of their neighbors, making communities stronger and helping families across the United States thrive. The Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, otherwise known as CMCAA, it's much easier to read, has been serving Calaveras and Mariposa County since 1991. And over the past 31 years, CMCAA has provided valuable services and supports to local nonprofits and service entities through a variety of means. CMCAA is proud to belong to the Community Action Network, where local, state, and federal partners are committed to helping people and changing lives. I would like to just share one story of an incident, or I would say an opportunity through COVID that we can highlight through some of the services through our housing partners here. And I had a young lady who I was hoping would make it today, but it's still very fresh in her memory. Her parents both came down with COVID in late fall of last year. Within a week of each other, were hospitalized and needed help. You know, they were out of work, had no income during that time. And through CMCAA and the programs that we were working with our county housing program partners, we were able to, through CARES dollars, pay for a mortgage for 3 months for this family. Ultimately, the mom and dad both passed away to COVID, leaving this young girl, 21 years old, her brother, 19, a sister, 11, and another sister, 9. CMCAA was able to come in and extend another 2 months of mortgage assistance to that family so they could stay in the home. And they're still in that home today. She's working through the process. She's become the guardianship of her siblings, stepping up in ways that we would never imagine a young woman would need to. But those are the stories we often don't hear about, but that has community action written all over it, where we see individuals in need and we look for those gaps and you know, how things maybe are not being met through traditional services, and we can step in and fill that gap for a family in need. So I wanted to share that with you, just to give you a little insight as to what we do. That's just a little teeny, you know, speck of the things that we've been involved in. So I don't know what you do now at this part of the proclamation, but I do have some board members that I would like to recognize.
Absolutely.
I'm still following your direction.
Oh, wow. This is my day.
Okay.
Not just yours.
Would that be okay, Ben?
Absolutely, Stacy.
So,
it's public comment time, so,
okay. So
yeah.
with me here, we do have our former chair, Ms. Kathy Topol, who has served many years on community action. We have our current chair, Sherry Roosh, also has served many years. We have our former board member, Miss Lori Sundholm, who just embodies community action, and has been a pleasure to serve with. We also have Supervisor Stopper and Miss Amanda Fallendorf, who represent our public members on the board. And I'm the blessed one to get to work with these individuals on this organization. Oh, and my director, sorry, Miss Corey Allen. I'm so sorry, in which I could do none of this.
Last but not least.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Would any of the other board members or Ms. Corey Allen like to make any comments?
Good morning, members of the board. Corey Allen, Health and Human Services. I just have to acknowledge that this CMCA team is unique in that they're embedded within a Health and Human Services agency, but what that means is that the partnerships are incredibly robust across all of those divisions. This board just passed through an audit with 0 findings. It was the most amazing experience having the state come in and say, you are an exemplary example of what we are looking for, and they're going to be highlighted in their monthly magazine around the great work being done here in both Calaveras and Mariposa counties. So with that, to Stacy, I just say outstanding work. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corey Allen. I do have to say that there's been a restructuring of CMCAA in the 3.5 years now since I've come on the board, and it speaks testament to where we've come to with that audit and everything else. Ms. Sherry Roosh, good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, what a pleasure to serve on this board, and we have made a lot of changes in how we do things. And as we speak, there are wonderful volunteers who are putting together 2,400 plus backpacks that are going to go to every child in Calaveras County, of all of our elementary children. And they are just to let them know that they matter. So we are busy, and we are trying to meet needs the best that we can for all different sectors in Calaveras. And so thank you for this resolution.
Thank you, Sherry. Ms. Kathy Topol.
So I don't have to introduce myself? Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Supervisor Stopper. I have sat on this board, we don't even know how long. I know at least 10 years, but it could be before that because we don't really have many minutes or documentation before that. And I've seen many, many changes. For quite a few years, we were just a pass-through agency, and I didn't have much to do. I had to attend 4 meetings a year, and that was it. Well, for the last 3 years, 3.5, 4 years, how long have you been there? 3.5 years, it seems like every month I'm involved in something with community action, which I love, and I love seeing what Stacy has done being our executive director, and I can only say kudos to her to take us where we've gone. Thank you.
There's no online public comment.
Anything further, Ms. Johnson?
No, and again, I will just say that this is a team effort. While I might be the executive director, we all know what that means. You're just a person out front, but you have a beautiful team behind you that makes things happen. So I acknowledge them and appreciate them.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I call for the vote?
Yep. All those, is there a motion?
So move this item. Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I take it back. I'm not moving it.
Did we? No, I was just, anyways, I'll move it.
A motion by Ms. Fallendorf. Ms. Callaway, are you willing to put in for the second solid this time?
I'm willing to put in the second.
A second by Ms. Callaway. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
It passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, on this 24th day of May 2022, does hereby declare May 2022 as Community Action Awareness Month and recognize community action and the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency and their partners and their efforts to support and strengthen Calaveras County communities. Thank you.
Closed session. Crash is going to be
You were going to say something. You were going to say something, weren't you? I was. Here we go. Here, you hold it. Here we go. No, you come on in here by me. Scoot in close. There we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. She's almost
Yes, please.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you so much. Thanks.
seeing you guys.
Then I'll stick to the same program.
Well, Stacy, don't go anywhere. You're up again. We have item number 7. Clerk, if you could please read out, and Supervisor Stopper will once again be reading that out as well.
Item 7, proclamation, Health and Human Services Agency, adopt a proclamation recognizing Lori Sunholm for her years of service as a member of the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency Board in acknowledgement of Community Action Awareness Month.
Come on up, Lori. This is your moment to shine. Although you've shined for far too long, that's why we're doing this. Not too long. You've shined already. Make sure I get my terminology right so I don't. Whereas community action, let me make sure I got the right one here because I got 2. Okay. Get my glasses on so I read the right words. Marita. Whereas community action originated with the passage of the Economic Opportunities Act of 1964 as a part of President Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty, the ambitious purpose of the statute was to mobilize the human and financial resources of the nation to combat poverty in the United States. And whereas Ms. Sunholm began volunteering as a Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency board member in 2017, serving as a low-income representative, and whereas Ms. Sunholm has made essential contributions to individuals and families by creating economic opportunities and strengthening communities through community-wide solutions, and whereas Ms. Sunholm has helped to provide opportunities for growth to local nonprofit organizations, community-based organizations, and public entities through professional development and capacity building trainings, and whereas Ms. Sunholm has provided exceptional work and commendable dedication to individuals, seniors, children, and families in need during the COVID-19 pandemic through services and programs supported by the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency and their partners. And whereas Ms. Sunholm's top priority has been delivering quality care while demonstrating a high degree of integrity and compassion. And whereas Ms. Sunholm's leadership, guidance, and institutional knowledge will be missed by the Calaveras Community Action Agency Board, staff, and volunteers. And whereas Ms. Sunholm's service has been exemplary, worthy of special recognition, and she will be remembered as a valued volunteer dedicated to both the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency and those we serve. Sunholm.
Thank you, Supervisor Stopper. I just wanted to share a few thoughts about Miss Lori. There's a quote by John A. Powell, who's the director of the Othering and Belonging Institute. It says, "Our purpose for being here in this world is not just to live in it, but to co-create something that is better." When I think about Lori and the years of service to Calaveras County, as well as serving as a Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency board member, she is doing exactly that. She's creating something that is better. Her servant's heart is beautiful and fosters hope for so many that tomorrow will be better and can be better. Lori's knowledge and experience was instrumental in creating opportunities for our local residents through her role on the board. We could not do what we do without our precious volunteers and their dedicating to serving our communities. And today we honor you.
Thank you. I'm overwhelmed.
Here, I'll overwhelm you even more.
It's been a pleasure to serve on the committee, and in fact, you know, since I retired, I pretty much sit at home thinking about other things they can do, you know. It's just, there's so much need in the community, and they help fill so much of it. And, you know, having this acknowledged being their month, I reflect back on the fact that it's also Mental Health Month, and a lot of what they do with bringing backpacks to the kids and everything, it goes right along with the overall community action. And I'm just really grateful, and thank you all very much.
We're grateful for you, Lori.
No online public comment?
Anybody else from the audience? With that, I'll bring it back to the board.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There a second?
A motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second? Is there a second?
A second.
A second by Supervisor Callaway. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, this 24th day of May 2022, do hereby honor and recognize Lori Sunholm for many years of service and express appreciation to Ms. Sunholm for her loyalty and leadership to the County of Calaveras. Thank you very much. She's trying to hand her phone off. Yellow cheese and whiskey.
I'm sorry. There we go.
Don't start going through pictures.
Oh, well, forget it, I'm sure everybody. I'll send you mine.
Lori, thank you very much. Thank you for your community.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gary Toshinelli is my district.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, let me get my mic on. Thank you, everyone. We have one more proclamation, and Supervisor Callaway will be reading it out, but I will have the clerk read out item number 8, please.
Item 8, Health and Human Services Agency adopt a proclamation recognizing June 2022 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good. Did you want to start by reading, or would you like me to?
Well, I don't know, since you're up there and you have a piece of information that I would like the board and the community to know about.
Okay, I can go ahead and
So
start.
you go first and I'll go second.
Okay.
Thank you.
So good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Susan Gleason. I'm the supervisor of the Adult Services Unit, and I'm here to accept the proclamation of June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. And in our proclamation, we had mentioned that we investigated roughly 350 to 60 allegations of abuse last year. And while that number may seem kind of concerning for some, that, you know, that's a lot of abuse, we in our agency really try to kind of look at it from a different lens and try to look at it as an opportunity for us to go out into the community, to bring awareness, to educate our public. You know, a lot of times we get people out there who don't understand what APS is. They don't understand that there's elder abuse. And so when we go out and we try to educate the public on scams, caregiver burnout, letting them know that there's a lot of resources within our county that they can access that they were not aware of. So, you know, we try to look at it through a different lens, is that we're really trying to educate our community and bring resources to our community for those that are in need. As an example, we recently had a gentleman who we had made contact with that somebody had expressed some concerns about, and we went out, we found out that he's a veteran. He's 90 years old, was very, very independent and did not want any services. And so through the course of conversations with him, we, you know, recognized that one of the main concerns that he had was transportation and being able to get to the store. He was no longer driving, trying to remain as independent at home, living alone as possible. And so through the course of conversations, we had, you know, we talked about outreach, we talked about services. He was very reluctant to get help, and so we, you know, let him know, hey, we're going to come back out next week, we're going to talk with you, and we're going to see what we can do. We just really want you to kind of think about it. But we said, what can we do for you today? Is there something we can do for you today? And he said, well, I really need some milk. And one of the concerns was, you know, did he have enough food? And he said, I just need some milk. And I said, just some milk? Are you sure? I'm out there with the social worker. We're, you know, kind of looking around. Nope, just want some milk. Well, maybe some cream and maybe some juice. So we said, okay, is there anything else we can get for you? Nope, that's all I need. So ran to the store. We got this gentleman a couple items. We said, we're going to come back out and we're going to talk with you next week. And we're going to see what we can do to help you. Again, you know, trying to remain as independent as possible, really didn't want our help. Had some choice words to say about the government, and, you know, basically you can go away now. So, you know, we really kind of tried to talk with them. So social worker went back out the following week and had a very long conversation with him. He was ready at that point to get some assistance. And we were able to connect him with our local veteran service office, and they went out, and now he's open to getting some services. He's connecting with the Veterans Department. He's now going to be getting hearing aids. And the highlight of his week was this, one of our new community service liaison through the Veterans Department took him grocery shopping. And so that was the highlight of his week, was going grocery shopping. So that is a success story for us. They don't all turn out that way. Sometimes we get booted out of the house, and sometimes we have to go back and again. But that is just kind of one of the amazing things that we get to do. And so, you know, when we look at you know, allegations of abuse, we really try to look at it as, what are we doing for our community? How are we getting out there? How are we serving our community? We have a topic every month in APS where every month we talk about leadership, we talk about servant leadership, we talk about community. Our last meeting that we had really focused on community and being a servant leadership and how can we serve our public. So one of the comments that, we read, kind of piggybacking off of what Stacy said, is, community, getting there, outreach, talking with people, bringing awareness. And it said, being in the trenches together leads an organization to thinking these are our clients, right? We have all these different organizations that we work together with, that we partner with. And instead of your client, these are our clients. This is our community. So how can we work together within our community to bring awareness, to educate, to provide resources and services? So, I just really want to say thank you for recognizing June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month, because it just highlights the work I think that my staff do every single day, boots on the ground, in the trenches, really trying to get out there and build relationships with our community. We work closely with a lot of agency partners and really trying to provide those resources to our community every single day. So thank you.
Don't go away. Come in up here. Don't go away. Does that sound like a Ben Stopper? Okay.
Could be the opposite.
Okay, so I need to use the mic. So behind every proclamation, there's a story, and you gave the story. So I'm just going to put the ribbon around your story.
Okay.
Okay? And the reason I'm doing it is because I'm the elder on the board. A proclamation, I don't think I'm going to do this. Okay. And this is a proclamation recognizing June 22 as World Elder Abuse Month in Calaveras County. We stand against elder abuse. Whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, otherwise known as WEED, began on, that says WEED, right? Began on June 15, 2006 by the International Network of the Prevention of Elder Abuse and the World Health Organization at United Nations. And we're here in California. Adult Protective Services receives as many, as 15,000 reports of elder and dependent abuse cases per month. Reports are increasing. This is an estimated over 202,000 cases of reported elder and dependent care abuse cases per year in California. Whereas Calaveras includes a population of 28% of elders aged 65 and older who are our friends, neighbors, parents, grandparents. And whereas Calaveras recognizes older Americans have the right to be safe in their home and their communities. Whereas Calaveras is committed to helping all individuals live longer and healthier lives. Includes you too, Al Segala. And whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness, we're WEED.
Sounds great.
Weed is good. Yeah, we like weed in California and Calaveras. A month isn't. What? You all are just, your minds are just thinking a different agenda item. An opportunity for Calaveras County to promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older persons by raising community awareness. And hopefully those 360 cases can be at least reduced in half. Have you seen a greater increase during COVID?
A little bit. I wouldn't say it's substantial, but a little bit. And then in January, the ages changed. So instead of it being 65 in January, it went down to the age of 60 for abuse. So, the state really wanted to capture those people, I think, a little bit younger. So they changed it. So, yeah, a little bit.
Thank you. Are there any public comments besides my editorials?
There is no online public comment.
Thank you. Does anyone in the audience like to make any public comments? Okay. I'd like to have a motion, please, on this proclamation.
I'll move.
Thank you.
I'll second.
A motion by Supervisor Fondorf, a second by Supervisor Stopper. What is this? You're helping me? Thank you, Holly. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 4-5-0 vote of the board. Oh, I'm sorry. Council, are we supposed to do a roll call vote on this? I think it's important. Supervisor Tosinelli.
I voted yes.
Well, we have to roll call. Because you're somewhere.
We have to do roll call?
Yeah, Supervisor Stopper.
Aye.
Yes.
Supervisor Fowler.
Aye.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Yes, ma'am.
And Supervisor Callaway, aye. Therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, the County of Calaveras, hereby proclaims June 2022 as World as Weed Month in Calaveras. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, the County of Calaveras, this 24th day of May 2022. Thank you. Thank you very much for what you did. Okay. Corey?
Maybe we should go by the TV screen so Gary could be the first.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, Gary. Yay, smile.
Gary doesn't look so happy.
I'm trying. Thank you.
One of the better ones from my district.
That's a nice acknowledgement.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, we'll go to general public comment. This is any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking any action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda. Is there any public comment? And I'm going to start online with you.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Andrea Colavita-Pinka, and I'm the field representative for Calaveras County from SEIU 1021. I know that you guys discussed a proposed settlement agreement for an unfair labor practice charge in the closed session this morning. I want to remind you why you guys had to discuss this at all. We've had a rogue department head that has violated the contract and labor law consistently and made her workers' lives hell for years. Whenever this was brought to the attention of the Human Resources Department, we were always given the excuse, well, she's elected. There's nothing I can do. I refuse to accept this answer, and you should too. I sincerely hope that this settlement agreement can provide a pathway forward for workers in Calaveras County. They should know that they will be treated with dignity and respect, whether their department head is elected or appointed. So moving down the agenda, I noticed that there are salary increases on the agenda this morning for elected officials. Where's our salary survey? That was supposed to be done by April. SEIU 1021 was told on several occasions that desk audits were going to be done on every single position. Now we're being told that they're not going to happen because they will cost too much. Were they not part of the original RFP?
always be lied to from the beginning. I'm tired of the game and the circular logic, whether it's about an elected department head or the salary survey. The Calaveras County employees who serve your community every day deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other online public comment?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, I will now switch to the room. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll move on to consent agenda. We have multiple consent agenda items, and at this time, is there any board member or staff that wishes to pull a consent agenda item? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Is there any online?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, seeing none. Oh, yes, I'm
If I
sorry.
could just make a comment?
Yes.
Before we call the vote, I just want to thank the library again for working to bring lunches to our kids this summer. It is not a traditional role of a library to distribute meals in the summertime, but our librarian and her feelings for our community are wonderful, and she'll be distributing lunches to some of our most in need kids, and oftentimes this is the only meal that they get in the summer away from school. So I just want to acknowledge that great work.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, is there a motion for consent agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Garamendi, and at this time, we will do roll call. So clerk, can you please roll call us for vote?
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0. Thank you. Next, we will move on to regular agenda. Earlier this morning, we had regular agenda item number 18, and at this time, we'll be moving to item number 19. And clerk, if you could please read out item number 19.
Item 19, informational item, Health and Human Services Agency, receive a presentation regarding the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency.
Daisy, you're up again. You have a big morning today.
Community Action Awareness Month. I do have a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes. Daisy,
And I will let you all know I am not tech savvy, so I'm welcome to help.
yeah, can we give them a couple minutes to get set up? Okay. Okay, we will get back to item number 19. Clerk, if you could please read that out.
Item 19, informational item, Health and Human Services Agency, receive a presentation regarding the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency.
Stacy, you're up.
Oh, it's on, okay. Good morning again. Stacy Johnston with the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, and with me I have our board chair, Sherry Roosh. I'm very excited about this opportunity. I feel like we've spent a little too much time together this morning. I'm sorry to have taken up most of your morning. But I do, before I get started, I do want to take a moment and recognize Supervisor Tofinelli. Supervisor Tofinelli has also been very involved in community action over probably the course of at least 10 years, I would say, Supervisor Tofinelli, and one either as a board member or as an alternate.
Yeah, it's been a little bit longer than that, but that's fine. 10 years sounds good to me.
Well, I just want to acknowledge you and thank you for being a part of this movement. So May is Community Action Awareness Month, and as you probably noticed, this is the first time that we've come before you. And I think it's very important for a few reasons. Number one, we want you to know what we're up to. We want you to know what's happening within the community of Calaveras County. We also want to raise awareness about the work of community action. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity to provide a very brief, and I want to stress brief. I know that you have busy calendars and busy schedules, and this is just an opportunity to highlight some of the things that we're involved in. So before we get started, I will jump into it. I want to share a video that highlights what community action is. Okay. skip that.
I said this was brief. I'm taking it. Okay. I'm sorry we couldn't get the video to work, but what the video does is basically gives the history of kind of community action.
President Lyndon B. Johnson's, sorry. Are we better? Okay. Is that better? Yeah. That needs to be turned down. The girl who is literally terrified of public speaking and getting before people has all of these issues this morning. Anyways, the video basically was to highlight how community action came about. It also talked about the movement during the 1960s where poverty was at such a high rate, and community action agencies were birthed from that war on poverty, where responders to local community action agencies throughout the nation became the responders to local issues, gaps and needs faced by low-income and vulnerable populations in the United States. Local needs were being met by local entities. And CMCAA, since 1991, has been a part of this movement in combating poverty. Okay. So this is just an overview of the fiscal side of community action. Since 2020, and our 2020 funds are not represented up here, but I just wanted to share that we've put through CSBG over $900,000 of CSBG dollars back into the communities of Calaveras and Mariposa County.
Stacy?
Yes.
If I may?
Yes.
A question we get many times from people in the public, and the answer's somewhat complicated because there's money that's given out in so many different areas. You have two CARES accounts up there that you have facilitated getting to the community. I want to say $306,000 of a $359,000 grant, and a total of $40,355 out of a $40,370 grant. Those are funds that came from the CARES Act that you facilitated getting directly to the community. Now, a lot of these CARES Acts were spread out between different things. I just want to point out that's one of the many avenues that money has actually touched the community, and there's many other avenues that CARES Act monies touched the community through Health and Human Services and other avenues.
You're correct. And I'll highlight some of the projects that are included in those CARES dollars. But the CARES regular and CARES discretionary both came about from the COVID pandemic funds. So exciting. We are putting the money right back into the community to serve the needs of individuals, families, seniors, and we try to turn it around as quickly as we get it to get it back into serving those in need. This worked perfectly from my kitchen table. It's not you, Sherry. There we go. All right. CMCAA in action. So here's just a few of the great projects that we've been involved with. So we focused on 4 areas through the pandemic: capacity building, Operation Comfort and Care is a program that was birthed from the pandemic, and then special projects and housing. So we were able to provide, as Sherry alluded to this morning, Sherry, the You Matter backpacks. This derived from several of our little kiddos, 8 years old, whoever we would talk to in the community, friends of friends and family members, where our kids were struggling through the pandemic and oftentimes hearing adult conversations and not knowing how to process this information about COVID. And we saw the impact it was having. So we coordinated a huge effort with CCOE and CMCAA, First Five of Calaveras County, the Health and Human Services Agency, Calaveras County Public Health, Mark Twain Medical Center. I'm trying to think who the other one is, but we coordinated and are creating over 3,600 backpacks, You Matter backpacks that are filled with all things fun, bubbles and sidewalk chalk and fidget spinners and balls and frisbees and paint and all of these things. And these kids are getting this throughout the district, TK through 6th grade, just before school ends this year, over the next week. And it's just to say we see you and you matter to us, and we want you just to be a kid and enjoy, you know, some of the fun things that children need to be enjoying. Mariposa County Senior Center, we were able to help them with the My Senior Center software program that helped dramatically in their efforts in serving their senior population. Calaveras County Housing Stability Partnership, that is a collaborative with the housing program manager here, where we are basically rebranding what was once the Homeless Task Force in an effort to reduce stigma around homelessness. Take it out of the title. It's no longer the Homeless Task Force, it's the Housing Stability Partnership. And UC Davis has been instrumental in our restructure, and we have a kickoff planned where you'll all be invited towards the end of June. Again, we supported housing services. That was one of the top priorities according to our needs assessment. And you heard one of the stories this morning of how families were served through the pandemic and that. I want to take time to acknowledge our board by service area. So for Calaveras County, we are a tripartite board. The Community Action Agency is a tripartite board, and that means we have public, private, and nonprofit representatives. So on our public sector, we have Ms. Amanda Follendorf, Supervisor Follendorf, Supervisor Stopper, and alternate Supervisor Tofanelli. Our low-income sector is Kathy Topol, with a vacancy in that sector. And our private sector is Dave Taney and Sherry Roosh. Mariposa County, we have our supervisors, Ms. Rosemary Smallcomb and Mr. Tom Sweeney. We have Tara Schiff in our low-income sector, who is also our economic development specialist for Mariposa County. And we have our private sector, Teresa Johnson and Janetta Phillips. The promise of community action. Community action changes people's lives, embodies the spirit of hope, improves communities, and makes America a better place to live. We care about the entire community, and we are dedicated to helping people help themselves and each other. And the beautiful thing about community action that I just wanted to leave you with is that it's something that we're all responsible for. We're here to foster hope and provide opportunities to improve our communities and to change the lives of those we serve for the better. It's simple. It's about helping people, period. And it's about changing lives, period. We are all community action. There's not one individual in this room, I don't care what you belong to or what you represent, this should be our goal, is how do we make our community a better place to live, work, play, do all of these things that we love about Calaveras County. We're very fortunate to be an agency that believes in partnerships and collaborations. We're not meant to do it all by ourselves. We're a little bitty agency, but we are mighty, is what I will say, and what we have the ability to do. And that's only through the partnerships and through the collaborations of local, state, federal, public, private, nonprofits, you name it. We're open to partnerships that make sense in changing people's lives. So with that, I want to say thank you. I know it was brief, and would welcome any comments or questions.
Is there any question or comment by the board?
No, just thank you, and it's good to see how this money and where this money's going and everything, so as we move forward, it's good to have that in mind, exactly what types of funds and how it helps the community and touches them. Thank you, Stacy.
Any other board comment?
Madam Chair, I'd like to say a few words. Stacey, I want to thank you for all you've done for this agency, and Sherry and your board. As you know or don't know, several years ago, this whole community action agency that we were talking about, just having it take over by ACTA and ACTA run it, because we had so many difficulties and so many things going on. I couldn't find anybody to actually do the job that Stacey's doing now. But I tell you, Stacey, you've taken this over and you just took it and ran with it, and you've made it a very good agency for all to look at. So I want to thank you and Sherry and your entire board, the two supervisors here and the two supervisors in Mariposa, and the other volunteers on this board. Tremendous job taking it from where it was to where it is now.
Thank you, Supervisor Tofinelli. Thank you.
Stacy, is there any, I'm going to go to public comment. Is it, Clerk Stacy, is there any online public comment?
There is no online public comment.
With that, is there any public comment in the room? Yep. Okay. With that, I would just echo what Supervisor Stopper and Tofinelli have said. It's been, as a new board member and being part of this now for over a year and a half, it's been really great learning from this group and what they do and the partnership they have between two counties and what they can accomplish. So it's been really nice. So thank you for coming today and presenting. With
Madam
that,
Chair?
yes.
Sorry. Just to follow up on what Mr. Tofinelli said, there's been a major structure change, and you've helped facilitate that, Stacy, and we do appreciate the work. And I just want to echo Gary Tofinelli's words. It's come a long ways, and we're starting to show results now. It took some time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, if there isn't anything else, this was an informational item. We'll give a few seconds for Stacy and Jerry to leave, and then we'll move on to item number 20. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you very, very much for the opportunity.
No problem. In the meantime, we'll have the clerk read out the item number.
Item 20, informational item, Administrative Office, receive a presentation from Public Access Television.
For those of you online, we're working on getting the screen shared. Please bear with us. Like,
Turn on the microphone and
Will
turn
do.
off my microphone there. So, good morning.
Good
Late
morning.
I'm Sarah Lunsford. I'm the new manager at Public Access Television Studio.
And I believe this is the very first time that public access has ever done a presentation before the board. So I'm actually pretty excited to let you guys know what we're doing. The way I'm going to structure this, I'm going to keep it as brief as I possibly can, and the way I'm going to structure it is just a past, present, and future. So, moving on. Looking at the creation of PEG access channels in the United States, of which we are one, obviously. In the late 60s into the 80s, believe it or not, with the advancement of cable television in the U.S., there were many people who recognized that there needed to be a public square on that particular platform, and they argued for these public education and government channels that were local. And what happened was, with the franchise agreements, we're very tied to the franchise agreements. The franchise agreements allowed local governments to request local channels, either all three or one or two or whatever configuration, to be used for local programming. And these are non-commercial channels, and they're only for the public, which is local programming, government, which is government transparency, and then educational opportunities. Sometimes those are run by schools. And at the core of their formation, channels formation, was really the need to preserve free speech at the local level and preserve the voices of individual communities in a changing media landscape. And since then, obviously, it's changed yet again, but those particular core principles are still valuable today. So how did PEG access come to Calaveras County? Well, the father of Calaveras Community TV is Paul A.E. Moeller, who was, I keep on thinking, he was a German immigrant. He came to Calaveras County. He loved television. He loved video. He loved Calaveras County. And he really believed in the power of television to teach, inspire, train, and give a voice to the voiceless. And he lobbied the Board of Supervisors in the late 70s and early 80s incessantly, as one of our board members knows, incessantly to get that first local channel, which was a public channel, and that was first aired in 1981. In the mid-1980s, Moeller formed a group specifically to run that channel and to provide services, media services to the county, and that was Calaveras Community TV. It was a nonprofit organization then. It actually still exists today. And they brought television programming and production training to Calaveras County residents. How they affect us today is they act to us like the Friends of the Library act to the library. They actually purchased our digital playback system in 2014. They buy a lot of our large equipment for us. So they're still very active. So how did we end up becoming a county department? Because of certain issues around the late 90s and into the early 2000s, it became apparent to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors that they really needed to take over operations of the channels, the studio and local channels, to ensure their future. And that is when the actual government channel came on board. So we then had two channels, the public and the government channel. And moving on. So where can you watch our programming on cable? We actually broadcast two channels 24/7. About 90% of our programming is locally produced. 10% comes from out of the area, NASA, UCTV, those types of broadcasters. And we broadcast on through three broadcast media providers, and that is Comcast Xfinity, Caltel in Copper, Volcano Vision Upcountry, and into Amador. And last year, we also began broadcasting on Comcast in Amador County. And I am going to take a drink of water. And you can also watch our programming online. Our YouTube channel we actually view as a third channel. All of our programming that goes on our local channels also goes on our YouTube channel, and you can access that by using any browser to search for Calaveras Community TV, and you can do that through the app. You can watch us through Roku television by using the YouTube app, and we are on the Xfinity Beta app as well. That is particularly for Xfinity customers. It acts as a digital cable box for cable subscribers, and it is my understanding that even if you're not a cable subscriber and you get broadband through Xfinity, you can access this app, so you can access our programming. And so the next slide is how many people watch online. And you probably may have noticed I'm not talking about how many people watch on our broadcast channels because we don't have access to that information. The franchise agreements basically dictated to the cable providers that they had to provide channels to us, but they did not have to provide viewership data to us. That data is extremely expensive, and because of that, there are no PEG access facilities that I know of who can afford to pay for that data. But we do have data from our online viewership. That's our primary data set, and it comes from YouTube. And the last 90 days, and this does, I do want to say, this does vary depending on the time of year, but we are actually on an upward trajectory since about January, February of this year. So in the last 90 days, we've had an average of 1,300 unique viewers per month who are coming and viewing our programming, and in that same time frame, we had about 2,300 views of our programming. And a view can be 5 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours. It just depends on how long people stay on the program. Some of our most watched programs over the last month on our YouTube channel have been Cattle in the Sierra, the history of Calaveras, and because of the time of the year it is now, our local candidates interviews get a lot of traffic. And in the future, with increased subscribers and views, this could be a funding stream for PATV. You need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours viewed a month to be able to monetize your channels on YouTube. At this point, we have 691 subscribers. About 80% of the people who watch our channel are not subscribed, so we need to work on that. And they view about 2,100 hours per month of programming. So we have a little work there. So this is just an analytics page that I wanted to include to show you for the analytics for the last 90 days. Impressions are anytime you search for anything on YouTube, whether it's like, let's say, Calaveras County frogs, and our videos, amongst other people's videos, come up in the little thumbnails, that's considered an impression. So there were 83,000 impressions and a click-through rate of about 3.1%. And as you can see, our views are going up. And then these are the other online platforms that we're on. We're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. TikTok we've actually just added recently, and we are getting a fair amount of traffic over there. And you can access that by just any of these by typing in Calaveras Community TV. That's our handle for all our social media. And now we have a podcast station. As of last year, 2021, we created the Calaveras Community TV podcast station. And like YouTube with growth, this could end up being a funding stream for us. You can listen to it on Google Podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or just actually type in Calaveras Community TV podcast on your browser, and it should bring up all our podcasts. And in the last month, our most popular podcasts were you guys, Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, What's Happening in the Mother Lode, and the Angels Camp City Council. And so what else do? We do a few other things. We have an advisory message strip that any time that there is a disaster or any type of informational scenario that people need to know information very, very quickly, We put that on both of our channels and the Xfinity Beta app within about 20 minutes of receiving that information from the Public Information Officer or other sources. Most recently, the tornado in Valley Springs was our little advisory message strip. We also do heating and cooling centers. We were very active in the Butte Fire, Arola Fire, any types of those scenarios we have on our message strips. We have public service announcements, and this provides the opportunity for local nonprofits, government departments, or not-for-profit information and events to be shown on our channels, on both our channels. We run an average of about 100 graphic PSAs per week, and in January of this year, we began offering video public service announcements to government departments and local nonprofits, and I'll show you some examples of that in a couple minutes. We also partner with community organizations in program creation, like the Angels Camp Museum, the Calaveras Historical Society, Manzanita Press. And we also film government agencies, obviously Board of Supervisors, COG, Planning, Angels Camp, and we are typically able, depending on the length of the program, we're able to get these programs viewed by the public and actually with the podcast listened to by the public less than 24 hours after the end of a meeting. And we also still offer video production classes. Those actually, because of COVID, sort of went away for a couple years, but we're gearing up to start classes again. So these are examples of public service announcements. Anytime there's roadworks, we create one of these green ones, the road update ones, and then we push it out on our channels and on all of our social media platforms as well. And this is an example of the video public service announcement, and I want to make sure that I have sound shared.
Hi, my name is Leanne, and I'm here today at the Calaveras County Substance Abuse Office. We have an important announcement to make. As of April 1st, we are now Drug Medi-Cal, which means if you are a Calaveras County Medi-Cal beneficiary, you can receive our services for no out-of-pocket expense. For our non-Medi-Cal clients requesting services, your fees will be based on your income, and that will be discussed thoroughly as you come in to request those services. You'll know upfront what those costs will be. If you or a loved one are interested in receiving services, you're more than welcome to call the office or come in person. You can meet with a counselor if you have any questions about the types of services that you'll be receiving. It is important to understand that friends and family can ask for general information on behalf of someone, but when it comes to receiving services, the actual person does need to initiate that request. Friends and family are always more than welcome to attend and accompany for support as needed, but we do need the person to make that initiation. So once again, please feel free to contact the office or come on down if you have any questions at all. We are here to help.
Okay, so that is an example from behavioral health. I'm going to do one more, and this is for the Elections Department. So we have been working with the library, behavioral health, elections department, and we are slowly working our way through the other departments to offer this service to them. So the current state of accessibility and captioning, I actually want to start out to say that accessibility to our programming is super important to us. And trying to get closed captioning and open captioning onto our channels has been a challenge. Typically, public access facilities have actually been exempted by the FCC from providing closed captioning because of the cost. The cost can range from anywhere from $1.25 a program minute to $15 a program minute for closed captioning, and that's just the cost to actually send it out to the vendor, who transcribes it, closed captions it, and then brings it back to us. That doesn't include our staff time to actually prepare it to get it to them. But in late November, I was doing the happy dance at the studio because I figured out how to do open captionings. And the difference between open captions and closed captions is open captions are actually burned into the bottom of your screen. So you can't turn them on and off. Closed captions you can turn on and off. But I figured out a way to provide open captions on our government programming and that worked within our workflow. So it didn't cost us any money. So that was kind of the happy dance. So we do now provide that on all of our government programs. We don't have that on our public channels yet, or public channel, sorry. I'm still trying to work that out because, like I said, it's still very expensive to do the closed captioning. If it was just Gen Z that watched our channels, I would not have a hesitancy with providing open captions on everything, because the younger generation watches everything with open captions. They just turn it on, doesn't matter if the sound is on or not. Well, it doesn't matter if they need it or not, they watch it with open captions. But my understanding, just from what little data that I've been able to collect through the years, a lot of our broadcast channels are actually viewed by our older population, and they do want to be able to turn the closed captioning on and off. So there are some technological advancements that have just come out in the last couple of months that may be able to solve this issue for me, but it's definitely something that I'm working on. But I was pretty happy that we could get the open captions on. So I'm going to give you an example of the open captions. Oops.
Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday, April 12th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting. At this time, we will be convening back into closed session. However, we have a report out from March 25th.
Report out from closed session, March 25th, 2022. Item 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. County designated representatives Judy Hawkins and Krista Von Mata. Unrepresented employee, planning director. Board action, no reportable action taken.
Okay. So you can see it's not perfect because it is AI. The only perfect closed captioning is when a human does it, and that's when you get up into the $15, $20 a minute realm. So moving on, how are we funded? PATV basically has two main funding streams. One is a dedicated funding stream for PEG operations. This was actually created by the California Digital Infrastructure and Video Competition Act, which is a huge mouthful, so we just call it DIVCA, of 2006. And that particular funding stream has to actually go towards PEG operations. My understanding is that if there is no PEG facility or PEG operations within a jurisdiction, that money has to go into trust. And then the other is actually from the funding stream comes from the general fund. And I do want to point out, because we're still attached to the wow, my brain just stopped. We're still very much attached to, now I have to look at my notes, I was actually doing really well. The franchise, the Cable Franchise Act, I'm sorry about that. Because our existence is attached to the Cable Franchise Act, what used to happen many years ago is that local jurisdictions would look at the franchise fees and determine a percentage of the franchise fees that would go to their local public access facilities. Basically, it's kind of 6 to 1 or another because those fees go straight into the general fund anyway. So, but I did want to point that out. For the current fiscal year, the PEG funds, which are the DIVCA funds, are budgeted to cover about approximately 30% of the overall PAT budget. And then next year, they are actually anticipated to cover about 40% of our budget, which will be presented to the board in June. And we also receive payments for like filming the Angels Camp City Council, as well as like duplicating DVDs, which are sort of nominal. So that mostly it's DIVCA and general fund. So the future of PATV. So actually, there's like so many directions that we can go in. It's hard to kind of like niche them, so to speak. But one of the things that we can do and we have been doing is partnering with county government departments to tell their story. I was very excited during the strategic planning workshop that I believe his name was Robert, kept on talking about the county telling its story, because I just wanted to raise my hand and say we are the department that tells the story. And we're already doing that, like I said earlier, with the library, behavioral health. We are starting to film the sheriff's department this coming week, veteran services. So we really are very well positioned and have the skill set to tell the county's story. And in the future, we need to expand our training beyond just videography. It's really important for us to train people in content creation, graphic design, online applications, how to get online, what to do when you get there, how to create media for particular platforms. Some platforms you need a vertical media, some platforms you need horizontal media. We have the skill set to provide all those skills to the community for their personal and economic development, which leads us into media training for economic growth. The Harvard School of Business was actually the entity that came out with the numbers that in the next 10 years, 50% of workers will be contracted and providing services to employers online. And many of those jobs are in media and marketing. And like I mentioned, we have the skill set to actually train people in real life media creation. And whether they choose to take that into a YouTube environment, a TikTok environment, a Instagram environment, or actually go online and become self-employed with Fiverr or Upwork or other online marketplaces, these are skill sets that we can give to them, we can teach them, and this actually also dovetails perfectly with the expansion of broadband in our county, because it provides them with economic viability that they did not have before. And as far as partnerships, we will continue and intend to continue to seek out partnerships so that we can help other organizations in our county and other departments sort of become who they can be as well. And so in closing, public access facilities are way more than television broadcast centers, and we have been to for actually quite a while. But they're the core aspects of free speech and community service overlay and underlay everything that we do, and that is really a necessary part of our society, no matter what media we are accessing from. So that is the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Appreciate that presentation. At this time, I'll bring it to the board. I have 2 lights on, so I'm going to go.
I'm going to take a long time, so maybe you won't.
Okay, I will go to Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate you bringing this forward to us. I think it was, I'm trying to remember whether it was our proposed fiscal budget in June or September. Supervisor Garamendi brought up bringing this back last year. Along with a few other things, I questioned where the Calaveras Visitors Bureau is with their presentation. You know, a majority of the board had asked for all these to come forward, just so we know what we're dealing with as we go into the next budget and exactly how these funds are being put forward. But you know, I see a lot of good things happening down at PATV. You know, it's how can we facilitate this to benefit ourselves as we move forward? And I think I'll just leave it at that. You know, it's a little bit last minute. This is coming right before the fiscal budget. It would have been nice to have some of these things come forward a little sooner.
Okay.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation today, Sarah. I appreciate it. In fact, Supervisor Stopper, I've asked for this for the last several years. Right. I believe I first asked for it in the budget in the June 2020. At the time, Ed was here. There was some sensitivity about standing before me and dealing with these questions. 2 years later, we're finally back here.
I will do the best I can to answer.
These aren't, bear with me.
Okay.
We have I sent a series of questions over the weekend, last week to administration, and I just got the response about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
So we're going to do this in public the normal way. First off, who does PATV report to?
We have a PEG board.
Administratively, who's your boss?
Administration.
Thank you. I wanted to do this conversation actually before you got hired.
Okay.
Sort of in the interim between you and Ed. So what is the total cost, not the percentages, to the general fund that the county pays to PATV?
Okay.
And I know these answers, so.
Yeah, and I may defer to administration on this. So the total cost to the general fund or total revenue you're talking about?
I want to know the total cost to the general fund, the money we could use for anything.
To the general fund. So in 2021, it was $167,589. And then year-to-date actuals for this year, 21-22, are $152,916.
Of the 30% or going to 40% that the franchise tax contributes, what are how much is that?
Let's see. So the PEG fees, okay, so 2021, sorry, I'm like scrolling. So the PEG fees for year 2021 were $84,956. The year-to-date actuals for 21-22 are $89,285.
Now, are you sure that we can only use franchise fees for the type of programming that you use, that you create?
You mean the DIVCA funds, the PEG DIVCA funds?
Correct.
Yes.
Those are exclusive, so that $85,000 to $86,000 can only be used for this?
My understanding, like I said earlier, is if there are not PEG facilities within a jurisdiction that, and this is only in California, this is a California law, if there are no facilities within a jurisdiction, that they have to go into trust. That is my understanding.
What is that, and trust with whom? For what?
I assume it's with the county.
Council? CAO? What happens to that money if we don't use it on this?
Or they may not get, my understanding is it has to be.
I actually thought it reverted back, but I would have to double check that. In any event, the funds are strictly designated to be used by a PEG body.
And you are?
Public.
And that is true, that is
Yeah,
fact.
that's it.
Okay.
I just want to interject. The reason why I have the understanding, excuse me, that they go into trust is that for many, many years, Tuolumne County did not allocate their DIVCA funds in their entirety to their operations, and the extra DIVCA funds had to go into a trust, and that's how they purchased their new HD system just recently.
I see. I'd be curious what the definition of the what it can be used for is exactly. I wonder whether that can be used for IT or other types of. How many employees do you have, including yourself?
We have me, who's full-time, and then we have we have one part-time programmer and one part-time videographer.
Okay, so roughly for various forms. Full-time, full FTE, probably about 2 FTE total?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. And how many people, you mentioned that you are training people for PA on digital access. How many people have we trained?
No one so far because of COVID. We're just starting to get that back up and going.
Okay. I'm going to use the CAO's numbers that I just got that have the budget, what we're going to be talking about in budget for next year. And we're going to be roughly spending $123,000 of general fund monies that can be used for anything to maintain roughly $85,000 and $90,000 of franchise fees to come up with your total budget of roughly $215,000. That is, there's an old saying that don't tell me your priorities, show me your budget, and I'll tell you your priorities. So we're spending $123,000 that we could be using on Parks and Rec. We could be using in a lot of different ways to benefit the entire community. And my concerns are that we are, and this is probably more a discussion for the board, you've got your job to do. My concerns to the board is this the highest and best use of funds? And this is what I'd like to talk. I'd like to propose that when we get to budget, we talk about this, because we're spending $123,000 on, not old technology, because you guys are working hard. However, it's hard for me to imagine that a 2,500 square foot building that we own on 0.7 acres in San Andreas, there might be a use for that. I've learned to make videos. Many of you have seen them. I have my own YouTube channel as a politician, and I learned to do it with my phone. So things are changing quickly. We also have, and so I want us to talk as a board about what our priorities are. We've talked for years about Parks and Recreation, about funding a program like that, and I would propose that that might be a higher and better use of $123,000 than PATV. And at the end of our discussion today, I would like to have a poll on whether we could talk about PATV in terms of transferring and shifting monies over to other programs and priorities in our county. And it's no dig on, you, Sarah, or the people who give interviews like Al, who's in the audience. It's literally, are we going to move, what is the priority for our county and for our citizens to drive our economy and provide opportunity to people? So those are my questions. It's $123,000 that we could spend on anything.
Let me get to Gabe. Supervisor Toffenali, do you have anything to say? I want to make sure I'm not skipping over you.
I do. And listening to Jack, if you're going to take a poll, I'm in favor of community TV. Always have been a proponent of it since Paul was there, and then Ed and June. And I think Sarah's taken it forward just since she's taken over. I think it's a benefit to the public. I think it's a benefit to anybody that gets involved in it over the course of time, because COVID has had some effects on it. So many people were trained there and now have the knowledge and the ability to do a whole lot of different things, not only sound-wise, but video-wise and other things over the course of the years. It's been beneficial to this county, and I would push it forward and ask the board to, yes, only $123,000 for what we're getting, and what Sarah is doing for us, that's not a whole lot of money for a budget to produce the shows that she produces, and this organization does. It's not a lot of money, so I'm in favor of it, and I would be voting for it.
Supervisor Stopper.
I just got a couple more questions, because we kept bringing up franchise fees and then PEG fees.
Yes.
And PEG.
Yeah.
They're two different things.
Yes.
The franchise fees, from what I understand, are swept into the general fund. At that point, in the past, you said it was like a percentage that was added to it. So my question is, how much are the franchise fees that we take in each year that get put into our budget?
So, let's see, how far would you like to go back?
Let's just go over the last 2 years of fine. These are where we pulled our numbers from the last 2 fiscal years.
Okay, so for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021, that was $430,221. The prior year was $435,871. This year to date, we've received about $339,000, and we're awaiting a 4th installment. They typically are distributed in 4 installments per year.
So at this rate, we're looking at we're using about close to 40% of what's taken in. Pretty close.
More like about a
40%, near there, yeah. Depending on which year. Okay?
Are there any other board? Supervisor Callaway.
I too support the concept of the PEG. I mean, having been around when Paul and Merle Luckin would come in and lobby the board on the importance of the PEG and seeing how it's matured and grown and seeing where it is going to go. I think we do get a return on investment, not only Calaveras, City of Angels, the different many groups throughout the county. And I understand what Supervisor Garamendi is saying is maybe there's a better use. Parks and Rec, yep. Parks and Rec could use money, and we can talk about that at budget time. But also the many groups that utilize the PEG, and it amazes me. People say, oh, I saw you on TV. And I, of course, saying, I got to get you a library card. You do not need to see us. But it amazes me the number of things, and I can only speak in the Ebbets Pass corridor. I saw the parade, or I saw this program, or I saw Lumberjack Days, and I saw all these things. I see the events that happened at the fairground, and it's shared with so many people. I think there is a return on the investment of whatever the $200,000 that we could be budgeting for the PEG. So I will be supporting it come budget time.
Any other? I have comments or questions, but I want to make sure I allow my colleagues before I. Okay. I support the public having access. My concern, and maybe I'm going to phrase it differently than what Supervisor Garamendi has said, is as we've been talking about capital improvement projects, building, it's more not what is happening online, but is the investment of the capital infrastructure for the organization, the investment that the board needs to be putting in, and are there smarter ways to utilize that with technology improving, and re-looking at that? Because I believe a lot of that money is the building, the light, when you look into that, and there's a different way to look at it to then leverage the fund better for you guys to be creative in the future rather than being, I guess, handcuffed to an aging building that we may need to look at. I guess that's my look on it. I think there's a better, I do agree with Supervisor Garamendi. I've openly have said it in the past. We need to reevaluate how we're investing those funds. I don't think my intent in those comments was to do away with public TV. It was how do we utilize them to the best of our ability? And the first thing I'm looking at is that building. You know, is there a better way, or is there a way to share it with other partners in the community to then leverage the rest of that money that could be able to either help with the technology as we're getting, you know, maybe add Snapchat, I don't know, or leverage it to different organizations as Supervisor Garamendi has mentioned. So I guess maybe that's a different take, and so it doesn't sound like we're taking away this platform. It's how do we make it better to stretch the dollars and invest in the future of public TV while also catering to other priorities that the board may be getting in the next couple of weeks. So I guess my follow-up question is, what is the investment into the building? Do we need to reevaluate that come budget too, and have that part of that discussion? Not take away what the work you guys are doing. That's not the intent, I don't believe. For me, that it's just reevaluating how we're putting the webinar pennies together.
I am. Madam Chair?
Yes, Gary?
Yeah, to what you're saying, and to your point, where are we going in the future? Well, just you're talking right now at the boardroom is part of the future. We needed a new mixer, and the expertise for the new mixer, when admin went through it, or board of Rebecca Turner, who did they go to? Sarah, can you explain that? Because I know they came to you, and we're sitting in there with a new digital mixer right now, and you guys are talking through it due to the efforts of Sarah and getting it set up, and there's going to be more improvements to the board, that the expertise being used by PEG TV and the people that work there, that we're going to see more and more updated things into the future as we go along. Am I not correct, Sarah, on you being involved in this mixer that we're using right now on the board?
Yeah, make sure this is on. Yes, I mean, we worked cooperatively with elections and IT, elections clerk of the board. I'm always like trying to lump them all together. And I think that's part of the attitude of cooperation within the county departments now anyway. Yes, I mean, we were able to work with IT. They came to us and asked, you know, what do you think they need as far as a mixer, as far as the microphones, as far as this and that. We came through, we troubleshooted, and then we were able to go back and forth and work cooperatively to come up with a solution that would work for the board, and it's actually working quite effectively. And those types of technological questions will come up in the future as well, as far as video. Hopefully not audio for quite a while. But yes, we do bring that to the table.
And the other thing to that is, if you look across the room to the corner and see Susan is at every one of our meetings, and she films this to go out to YouTube and the other place on Comcast and everywhere else it is broadcast. That's part of PEG TV's dedication to at least the board and the community, so the community has it out there for us. If Susan wasn't there, to get rid of this department, who's going to be filming our meetings to get it out to the public? So, to you, again, to the chair, your comments that you were saying, those are some of the things that are right prevalent in front of us that we can see, besides the things that are behind the screen that we don't know about or can't see in front of us.
Gary, I'm going to let Supervisor Garamendi go.
If I may, I mean, every politician likes to see their face on television, and PATV is really good at that. So of course, we all like it. I would never propose that we don't continue to video broadcast or other things, these programs. Susan, I believe, you and I have talked about this, you're an extra hire. There's no reason that you can't work for IT and do the same thing. There's no reason that we can't have these same services provided by IT. My point is, and I'm not going to walk around, my point is, I believe that we have not created things like the Parks and Rec Department, something that benefits the children, adults, and visitors to our county, builds our economy and builds our future, because we're making choices every day in our budget. We are choosing to do PATV, and we are choosing not to budget for these other items. We are choosing to pay rent across this county and when we have a building that we can utilize. So yes, I'm calling for either we fund everything, we set some priorities. We can't do everything. We have to make priorities that we move forward. So yeah, I will stand alone on this, but I would ask for a poll on whether we want to discuss eliminating this from the budget and transferring those monies over to other activities. And Sarah, this is not critical of you or your work or the work that Susan does or any of us that like to get our face on television. This is about, are we willing to fund future Parks and Rec and other activities in this county? That's all I have to say.
Supervisor Stopper.
I understand your point, Mr. Garamendi. When it comes to budget, you don't need to poll the board to talk about it during budget. It's good. If it's a conversation you want to have, it's one we'll have. That's just my perspective as one. I think there's always innovative ways that we can do things better. We're never perfect. I think we should strive to, I'm kind of siding with Ms. Fullendorf here, just there's always something a little better we can do, not necessarily, cut something to that degree, but streamline it. And there's also other ways to get to your point that I've been thinking about that I'll bring up during budget. I think there's more than one way to get this done. And even if this isn't the one, if the board so decides at that time, there's other ways to get there. And I do agree with you about Parks and Rec. I do see the value in them. As Ms. Callaway said, I can't tell you how often people come up to me and they're like, yeah, watch the board meeting on public access TV. And some of these people are like 10 years younger than me. I'm like, you watch public access TV? What's wrong with you? I didn't watch TV when I was that age. They watch it on TV.
On cable.
On cable. Yeah, I'm surprised by how many it actually is. It surprises me.
It'd be good if we had some data backed up.
Right. But it is a thing, and I do get told that. I do appreciate the time I've been able to spend on there. It's a way for me to touch a larger number of the community that are willing to click on a button on YouTube or watch it on cable TV. I do see them bringing forward informational items like she showed in her presentation. These are all things I appreciate. Just from my perspective, there are great things they do. I think there's always innovative ideas for us to move forward. Mm-hmm. I would love to cooperate with them as we do that, and this will be a discussion for the board when it comes to budget.
If there is no other board comments or questions for Sarah, I would like to put it out for public comment. So I'm going to start with online. Please, clerk.
There is no online public comment?
Okay. Is there any in the room public comment? And just be mindful, a reminder for everybody to watch the light on the podium.
Looks like I got a green light.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm Al Segala, President of the Calaveras County Taxpayers Association, and also a moderator on a program called Taxpayer Alert. This has been pretty successful and has been going for a number of years now. I'm really happy with the staff and leadership at Public Access TV. The dedication is amazing, and I agree that if we lost lost Susan, we'd be in deep trouble. She'd be very hard to replace. On Taxpayer Alert, we don't pay anybody, and we seek to get information from people that are knowledgeable about government from the inside. Quite often it's supervisors, sometimes it's department heads, and sometimes it's people outside that have a lot of knowledge. And then we interview them from the point of view of the taxpayer. It's pretty hard to provide any sort of cancel culture or suppression of information in Taxpayer Alert. It's just we're about getting the truth out. We never attack a person, but we do attack some bad ideas. And I think overall, the county is better off, the taxpayers are better off because of our program and some other programs that are similar. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? No. Seeing none, and none online. Back to what Supervisor Garamendi has requested, an appointment made by Supervisor Stopper.
Madam Chair, I don't think I've got the votes. I won't call the question.
We can still have a discussion at budget come the first week of June, and maybe that'll give staff enough time to maybe answer some more of the questions that not only Supervisor Garamendi had on his points, as well as some of my questions, and then tie it in with the rest of the supervisors to their point that they've made as well. Gary, I see that you're green. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Jack's comment, Jack, it's not about a politician getting his face on the TV or up there for people to see. It's about getting the information out to the people and letting them see us work and knowing what's going on or finding out what's going on, and then making contacts. Many times I've been contacted by people after our board meetings and they saw the broadcast on Comcast or wherever they were watching it and asked me questions about it. So there are people out there, like Dan pointed out, that it's beneficial to, and especially when there's really tough items that are out there or information that we're talking about that affects the whole county. It's very beneficial to have this access to the community for them to know what's going on. That's my opinion.
Thank you. You have, no.
No, if we're short $123,000, though, I'm going to call you all on this.
You know, it's a hard question. I appreciate you asking it, Mr. Garamendi. You know, it's not always about getting everyone to going down the same route, but it's these hard questions that do have to be asked, especially if we get to a certain point where we are short $127,000. So, you know, I can appreciate you asked the question.
I have one question that's triggered since this conversation, the franchise fees. How did that ever increase or get renegotiated with the cost of things happening? I understand our viewership is a lot less than those in other jurisdictions, but we still assume the same costs and expectations of what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. So the franchise fees actually, they increase and decrease with cable subscribership. And what is happening now on the federal level is there are many people, because there are many people looking to actually include broadband services into those cable franchise fees because of the changing landscape. That has not happened yet, but those are discussions that are starting to take place in the last year. So should there end up being broadband fees attached to the cable franchise fees, then there'll be significantly more money coming into the county. But on your basic question, the cable franchise fees go up and down depending on how many cable subscribers there are. And that's actually since DIVCA, since 2006, those are not locally negotiated. Those are negotiated by the PUC.
Pretty level. I mean, 435,
Yeah.
one fiscal year, 431 the next year. 339 out of 3 quarters is pretty much barking up on that 440 area.
Thank you for clarifying that and explaining how that works.
Can I add one thing? Just because I
Yes,
cannot stop myself.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
If you do, I'm going to rebuttal. So it's going to go both ways.
No, yeah, it will. I just wanted to point out to you, Susan is our like ace in the hole. She is absolutely amazing. And what she's done through, I think it's, how long you been here now, Susan? 9, 10 years?
Ma'am,
2011.
Okay.
I'm not being critical of Susan.
No, and I'm not either. But what I wanted to say is this is what you see, but you don't see her bring me the files back that I have to process and then make them broadcastable, I mean, for lack of a better word. So there's a whole other set of skills, and Susan actually has them too. I'm not going to say she doesn't. Should you guys go in that direction? But there's a lot of hours that are taken to actually process board meetings, to make them so that they're broadcast ready, so that they're YouTube ready. We have to rip out the audio to do the podcast. For me, it's all about government transparency, and I just wanted to let you know that.
I understand your point.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I do not think that knowledge is exclusive to PATV.
Oh,
It
I
could be
agree.
done anywhere
Mhm.
else as well.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I just wanted to let you know that.
I appreciate the clarification and education.
If there isn't anything else, first, Sarah, thank you for giving this presentation. I know this was, yes, bringing the information not only to the board, but also to the public and understanding more about what you do.
Okay, well, thank you for
Appreciate
the
it.
opportunity. Okay.
We're going to allow a transition, but I do want to let everyone know, since we are coming up on a noon time, and I want to be conscientious of other supervisors needing to leave, we're going to skip, in the audience, we're going to skip to item number 24, so that way we can break and then come back and do the rest of the agenda for lunch. And we're anticipating, instead of an hour lunch, if the board would let me know if they would prefer a 20-minute lunch or 30-minute for due to time. If it doesn't matter, then I'll do the shorter time. Okay. So we'll transition out and then do item number 24, break for lunch for 20 minutes, and then come back and regular schedule. Gabriel, I believe you are up next.
This is a first for us, Mr. Elliott. Good to see you.
If you want, you can come over here to the,
Is it on?
with that, we have item number 24. If the clerk can please read it out.
Item 24, informational item, planning, receive a presentation regarding a possible permanent outdoor dining program and give direction to staff regarding development of such a program.
Good morning. How are you?
Good afternoon. It's a little after.
Yeah,
It's
I guess it could be, 4 minutes after afternoon.
I'm doing fine, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board. So this is an informational item, but having said that, I feel that the level of discussion that may emanate from this could take quite a while. So I'm not really sure. The information in front of you is predicated upon
a resolution passed by the Board of Supervisors in 2020 regarding outdoor seating for restaurants. At that particular time, outdoor seating for restaurants was somewhat maybe limited to a particular section of the county, but we've seen notice that there are other restaurants in other parts of the county that actually have outdoor seating. The outdoor seating was predicated upon the governor's pronouncement regarding COVID, which gave businesses the opportunity because of physical separation to actually have outdoor areas, because indoor commingling was kind of prohibited at the time. And we're at a point now where we're not really sure where we're going to go with COVID. The numbers, I'm told, are beginning to spike in certain areas. But the question in front of you really is, do we want to continue with the program as originally proclaimed in a resolution of 2020? Do we want to make an amendment to it? Do we want to make it countywide? And also, do we want to make it permanent? Now, if we're going to make it permanent, there are certain implications to making it permanent. If you want to make it permanent, there are certain issues that have to do with maybe encroachment into public right-of-way. How do you want to handle that? If you want to make it permanent, under the current ordinance, under the current resolution, I mean, there are no fees. The applicant just submits a form to the planning department, and we process the form, we issue them the permit for outdoor seating. There are no costs attached to it. So in looking down the line at the future, how do you want to proceed? I'm going to recommend that if we do proceed to make it permanent, this is totally hypothetical, by the way, that it becomes a countywide program, because there are other businesses in other areas of the county that are benefiting from it. There are a couple of restaurants in Angels Camp, there are a couple of restaurants in Valley Springs, but most of the restaurants we know are in a particular area. And then how do we handle this from a CEQA standpoint? Are we going to do a blanket CEQA that kind of covers all outdoor seating? Are we going to look at each particular location individually and make assessments based on that? So these are some of the issues that I think we need to consider, and now we need direction from you as to how to proceed with it. That concludes my presentation, and I'm sure there are probably tons of questions you may have for staff. I have Public Works Department Director in the audience to address any issues dealing with public right-of-way encroachments. And then the Building and Safety is also would have jurisdiction over whether or not we're actually building structures outside. And then the emergency, I think it's Emergency Management, or let me see the other agency here. Emergency Management, yes, they also have jurisdiction, might have jurisdictions as well. So, thank you.
Okay. I see Supervisor Stopper has his light on, so I'm going to let him go first.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, just because you weren't here quite when we did all this in 2020, little history, we did do it countywide, to the best of my knowledge. The other thing is the reason we chose not to do a permitting process during that time was those businesses had, with the current governor's order of 2020, they had no other opportunity to continue to proceed. And we want to give our businesses the benefit and the ability and fast track it so that they could keep their doors open, so they could keep people employed, so they could keep money rolling through. And they didn't necessarily have to take, let's say, a loan or something else that could put them in financial detriment in the future. With that, my question kind of coincides with you, Public Works, and what Ms. Callaway's perspective is, with the right-of-way and how it worked in Murphy's with some businesses being parking and some of the parking issues that were up there. Do you have anything to say to that end, Ms. Callaway, or will you secede to public?
If I may, Supervisor Stopper, I just wanted to confirm that's correct. The current resolution, which allows for a temporary outdoor dining program, is countywide. It's not limited by location within the county. And then the other thing, just to clarify, that resolution coincides with the governor's state of emergency due to COVID. Once that statewide state of emergency is terminated, which, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know that any of us, as we sit here, know when that might be. The county's current program will kind of automatically expire when that state of emergency is terminated. So, I think the question or the discussion here for the board today and the direction for staff would be, does the board want staff to explore the possibility of a permanent program that would have to come back to the board and which would then extend beyond whenever this state of emergency ends?
Ms. Callaway?
Yes, I asked to have this item brought to the board in that, in trying to read the tea leaves, I could see the executive order not existing in maybe, who knows, some near future. And I think this should apply countywide. I want to bring it back to really my district and predominantly to the Murphy's area.
Yes.
And it came about because I had businesses that were interested in continuing the outdoor dining even when the executive order is lifted. Okay, there's all kinds of permutations to that, and there's challenges to that. And I understand that. First of all, when the executive order is lifted, we know the platforms have to go. They have to leave because we have a lighting project for Main Street. If that's the governor saying that it's lifted, you tell them to hold on. They're not ready. So I want to get this done or discussed prior to that happening. So one, the platforms will have to go so we can do the lighting project. There is controversy within the community, but the controversy seems to be parking, which is an issue, and I'm trying to work on some options there. I mean, how will it be done? Safety is an issue. Should there be some consistency on how it looks? Yes, the fire department is part of the process. They were part of the process when we put the program together in 2020. So all those things that you mentioned will all have to be part of it. And those businesses that are interested in being part of what the conditions might be can be part of that conversation. I mean, I could already say that, well, maybe if you want to rent or lease a county parking spot, you're going to have to pay into the Murphy's in lieu parking fee. The drainage is an issue. Cleaning up around the platforms is an issue. Well, it has to be open to everybody. Well, yeah, it does, maybe, or maybe not. Those are things that can be decided as we move along. What I would like from the board is support to pursue this option. And the option is available countywide, whatever you and your respective districts would like. I'm just speaking on behalf of the constituents in my community who would like to see it. It has, and I just talk about Murphy's, because that's where we had it, it lends a different ambiance to the town that wasn't there before. And there's, I mean, the locals like it, the visitors like it, and of course I'm told, well, we can do, you know, other towns do it. The problem in Murphy's is the only other way to get through town is on a residential street, which is quite narrow, and I will tell you, there is no resident on that street that wants all the traffic diverted. So we have a situation of a main street with something new that wasn't there prior to COVID, which has lent a certain dynamic to the town that wasn't there, that I think on behalf of most of the people there agree that it lends some charm. And I would like to see this through. I would like to pursue the option of allowing it to occur with whatever caveats that we design. So that's it for the moment.
And I'm going to jump to online just because I want to make sure I'm not skipping over Supervisor Tofinelli. Supervisor Tofinelli, do you have any? You can wait. I just want to make sure I'm giving you an opportunity.
No, I'm fine with that. I understand what Marie is saying, and a lot of this is in her district, although there was some in mine. Hog dogs was one at one time, and there were some issues there. I think that it's doable, but some of the issues need to be worked out so it doesn't cause confusion and it doesn't cause some unsafe situations. That I do believe it's doable, and it's something that is going to have to be done case by case, each permit application coming in, and somebody is going to take time for somebody to go out and from the county to look at what area they're talking about putting this area into to make sure it is safe and what permits they would need as far as right-of-way access and parking and so forth. But I'm okay with what Marie is saying.
Supervisor Stopper?
You know, it affects 3 places in my district, Tierra, Fusion Grill, and Common Grounds. 2 of them have outdoor facilitated within the parking lot. Fusion Grill didn't take it, so I'm a bit indifferent. I just prefer to hear how it affects Murphy's and possibly Copperopolis, you know, that did it quite a bit down there. I think a little bit in Moke Hill, but, and Mr. Tofinelli, I mean, we have neighboring areas. It affects us all when it comes to Mr. Tofinelli's district in downtown Valley Springs. So I listen to the rest of the board.
Most of the businesses affected are actually in Murphy's. I think there are about 12 of them in Murphy's. There are 2 in Angels Camp, 2 in Valley Springs, and 1 at another location. But the majority of them are in Murphy's. Now, if we get a go-ahead direction from the board, for example, we would be looking at making it a discretionary process, whereby you file an application, you pay a fee, and then we go through some kind of a process. The question now becomes whether or not that could be something we do administratively through the director's purview or through the Planning Commission and ultimately to the Board of Supervisors. So there's quite a few other layers, and depending on which discretionary process we select, then the fee attached to that would also be different. So what I'm not so sure about is whether or not these business owners are actually ready to pay an application fee to get this benefit, because when they received the benefit in the first place, one could argue that they were probably cash strapped a little bit from not being able to perform their business and which led to them not having to pay any fees going forward. So things are a little different now. So there's quite a bit of consideration to be made.
I will address that not all the places that were on the list that you gave us have platforms anymore.
Absolutely.
They have stopped for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And as I look at it, one of them is on private property, similar to the ones I think Ben and Gary talked about that were in a shopping center parking lot.
Yeah.
Those are different because it's on private property. The ones I'm talking about will be on county property.
Okay.
So that maybe the supervisors can address how they feel about it being on private property. If I go back to 2020, the property owner had to agree to the hot dog place, for example, being in the parking lot.
Okay.
All of the ones in Murphy's that I'm talking about would be on county land. So they, to me, have to be treated differently than
Yes.
those that are on private property. And we're probably down to half of what's here now.
All right.
As to the business owners being willing to afford it or do it, of course, they'd love to have it, for free. I totally understand that, I would too. But that's going to be up to them when we set the criteria.
All right.
And I would think that we would be talking to the business owners, to the Murphy's Business Association,
Okay.
to county staff. I mean, how much is it going to cost Public Works or the building department to process an application? I've got ideas. Of course, I think they should all be accepted. But until then, I just want to get to first base
Sure.
on whether there's support to proceed looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Gabriel,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor Toffenelli.
Go ahead, Gary.
I'm sorry. If we make this permanent, I mean, you're talking about the ones that are already there, and most of them are in Murphy's, but if we make this county-wide and make it permanent, I would expect that numbers to grow. Whether it's on private land, or public land, or whatever, those numbers certainly would grow over time. So initially starting out, like Marita said, there may be some in Murphy's on public land that we need to deal with. So you may have two different things here, two different types of permits, whether it's on public land or whether it's on private land. There could be two different issues or two different permits that are issued based on that information.
Yeah, Supervisor Toffenelli, I agree, and to that point, and to Supervisor Callaway's, I do think it's a little bit different what we're talking about or what we're looking at, depending on whether we're talking about private property and maybe just letting businesses that previously did not operate or have the right to operate outdoor dining or outdoor operations on private property versus does the board want to allow businesses to potentially operate within the county right-of-way. And, I'll just tell you, I think that, as Supervisor Callaway said, a lot of jurisdictions allowed this on a temporary basis during the pandemic. Some are still continuing that. Some have ended that. Some have transitioned to a permanent program. And of those which have, some only allow this to occur on private property, whereas others do allow the public right-of-way to be utilized. Some of those, and then that, is generally going to require some sort of an agreement between the city or county and the business operator as to how that, access, maintenance of the public right-of-way, and then some jurisdictions, charge for the use of the public right-of-way as well. So these are all, options that the board could make part of a permanent program if it chooses to go that route.
One other thing you may not be aware of, supervisors, is that restaurants are allowed by right, so there's really no discretionary processing to allow a restaurant to go in and start a business. Now, we might be looking at a situation whereby we may be treating the outdoor seating aspect of a restaurant a little bit separately from the restaurant itself. So these are some of the challenges that I think we as staff have to really kind of take a look at to see how do we separate the outdoor component of a restaurant from the initial use of the property as just a restaurant with indoor seating. Those are one of the challenges that we have to look at, and I think we need to confer with with the legal department as to how we weigh those options and which is going to lead to how we actually proceed going forward. Because it will be a little bit odd if by right I can open a restaurant and then I'm going to have a discretionary review as to whether or not I can have seating outside, especially if my outside seating doesn't really impact any other persons besides if I'm on a private property, for example. I'm not using anybody else's parking spaces, so to speak. So these are some of the things that we really have to consider. And if I'm in a shopping center and I'm allocated a specific number of parking spaces and I'm utilizing those parking spaces for outdoor seating, then I'm taking away parking that is required for my customers to come. So I'm impacting others. So there are quite a few different scenarios that we have to really consider depending on the location of the establishment itself.
Is there any other supervisor questions? I was going to allow public comment next. Nope. Okay. With that, we will start. We'll do public comment. To make it easier, we'll start online.
There's no online public comment.
Okay. With that, I will turn to the room. Yes, and for everyone in the room, please be mindful of the light on podium. That will let you know when your time's up.
Good morning, supervisors. Great to meet you. My first time here at the county board meeting. My name is Fred Haubensack. My wife and I live in Murphys. We're very happy with everything. We've been in Murphys about 3 months, and we've been so happy. All the neighbors have been so welcoming. We just couldn't be happier. But we also love the pro-business and the small business community in Murphys. And we think that I'm hugely in support of the parklets. They seem like at a time when Murphys, the demand for Murphys is really at an all-time high. But the supply of dining areas is not quite meeting that. So we have a lot of competition for seating at certain times of the week. In addition, my wife and I are also dog lovers. So we really appreciate the ability to sit outside with our pup and have a bite to eat. And it's a kind of a quality of life thing. So so we're hugely in favor of the parklets and just view it as a high-impact thing that your pro-business board here it really could support. And we really want to support the idea of evaluating this parklet continuing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jessica Delaney, and I'm one of the owners of the Murphy's Irish Pub in Murphys, so this obviously impacts our business. And I just wanted to let you guys know that my husband and I have been full-time residents of Murphys for about 5 years, and we purchased the business during COVID because the previous owner was not able to sustain it. And so we want to thank the board for allowing us that emergency use because it literally helped us save an existing business that the previous owner was not able to do. I think that times are changing. COVID has affected us all in a lot of different ways, and we're trying to figure out ways that we can adapt for the long term. Some of the things that I'm hearing from the board today is the importance of economic growth in the county, and I think that this is a potential area that could really help that. I think that we have a high percentage of our local residents that are approaching retirement age and older, and a lot of our customers have expressed concern about losing the parklets and not feeling comfortable to dine inside. And that's really important to us because we want to be able to serve the entire community, our visitors as well as our locals who support us all year round. I think that obviously Marita had mentioned that the outdoor seating also changes the atmosphere of Murphy's. We hear endless comments from visitors and locals who love just the look and the feel of being able to eat outside and the freedom of the open air. And I think that that's a huge impact that these parklets make, not just for the restaurants, I think for the whole community. So that's something that we would definitely like you to consider. And we, as business owners, are not just willing to comply, we're actually excited about working with the county to make these more safe, structurally sound, to have them more universal across the town so that it sort of brings the overall look of Murphy's to a more unified state, because I think we all kind of did it in a state of emergency, and we did the best that we could with what we had and the cash flow that we had. But I know that we're really excited about, if this is approved, to look at how we can fiscally plan to improve our parklet so that it works for everybody and it is safe for the entire community and our visitors as well. And I do have some printed statements with copies for everybody of just customers, reviews that we've received through social media, but also just local residents who have written to us and wanted us to share this information with you. So I don't know if I can present that to you guys. I think I made 8 copies. I didn't know how many folks were going to be here, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, Stacy, are you okay? Got it? Okay.
Hi, my name is Anthony Delaney. I am part owner of the Murphy's Irish Pub with my wife, Jessica. And I just kind of want to address maybe some of the conflicts that we've been talking about. Obviously, one of the biggest conflicts is parking. And I know that we're talking about the impact of parking, but I also kind of want to talk about the impact of the parklets versus the impact of the parking. Right now, we're losing maybe about 6 parking spots with the platforms that are there right now. However, the platforms are allowing us to bring so many more people, allowing us to accommodate so many more people in Murphy's. So the idea that a rising tide lifts all ships, the more people we can bring to Murphy's, the more people are spending money in the shops that are around. So yes, we're losing a couple parking spots, but we were gaining, I believe, so much more in being able to accommodate the larger numbers of people that are coming to this town. I also wanted to address some things about, there's been some comments about trash and cigarette butts around the parklets, and I believe that we can address that. Because if we are able to move forward with the parklets, we will be ripping ours, I think everybody will be taking them down and creating new structures. This connects with the uniformity idea, but it also connects with the opportunity to add more trash receptacles to these parklets. So we can create more trash receptacles on the parklets, which will not only help the individual business, but will also help the town of Murphy's just by creating more opportunity for people to throw away trash. The cigarette butts, I think, are a really tricky thing because we don't let people smoke on our parklets. Well, I don't think anybody does, but there are a lot of cigarette butts, which I think is a testament to the fact that there are so many more people coming to town. So we're just that's another piece where we can create more receptacles for this to be used. We have done that at the pub, for instance, recently, and it has created a huge effect. Another piece is drainage. Particularly our parklet is over top of a drain. And in recreating the parklet, we would create it with access to that drain so that there wouldn't be any drainage issues. One small other piece that I wanted to say is just that there have been a lot of conversations over the last couple of years about safety in Murphy's and about slowing cars down that are driving down the road. I believe that leaving the parklets there actually creates a natural sense of narrowness on the street, which will in turn slow cars down as they're going through the town. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gary Grant. My wife and I own Gossamer Cellars in Murphy's, and we have established one of the platforms or the outdoor seating. And really, we wanted to thank you guys, because had it not been for that, we probably wouldn't be in business now. We're a very small tasting room, and that extra space has allowed us to keep our revenue flow. I can't say much more than what Jessica and Anthony have said, because we're right next door, and we get the same feedback. It's been a real enhancement to our area. Our customers are excited about the atmosphere that it brings to Murphy's, and we certainly would like to continue with this outdoor seating. And we're all on board with trying to work out some kind of a plan where we could do this going forward. And I want to thank Marita for including us in this and listening to some of our concerns. You know, we've had this patio or deck out here on a platform since 2020, November 2020. And we realized that it was temporary, but we tried to go a little extra mile and invested over $1,000 in putting this deck out here and making it safe and trying to make it presentable. And going forward, you know, we're willing to do whatever we need to do within reason. Of course, we don't generate we're almost a nonprofit organization. So we squeak by, but we want to do what we can do to kind of keep our atmosphere and our patio and keep our customers and our tourists happy. So we're certainly on board. We'd like to be part of the discussion going forward. So I thank you.
Hi.
I think Bosco would like to say something. My name's Lauren. I'm the owner of Allegory, and I don't currently have any parking in front of my building, but I came here to support everybody else that does and wants to continue with what they're doing. And I can just say that, you know, I personally think it's a good idea for the charm and the capacity of Murphy's. Especially on the weekends, we see a lot of the outdoor seating completely full. And what's interesting is last night I was actually at the Irish Pub, and they were at capacity inside. No, not at all. Nobody was inside. Everybody was outside. So the locals actually made their choice. They would actually like to be outside because it's charming and fun, and you can be seen. And these are all the things that are important to Murphy's. We want to be that place that not only locals want to go, but the tourists want to go. And I think that, yes, maybe some improvements could be done to some of the facilities outside, but I think overall it's a good idea. Other cities and towns are doing it, and I think they're having, actually before even COVID, Pleasanton actually did the parklets. Very successful. Everybody wanted to be in the parklets, and they did a very nice job of it. I think that we should actually go back and even look pre-COVID at what some of the other cities have done, because they probably have numbers on that we could actually look at. But overall, I'm fully in support of this, and I'd like to actually see even more of it.
Thank you. I see we have one more.
All right. I'm Mike Doyle, and I've been a resident of Calaveras County for like 28 years. I originally lived in Mountain Ranch, but I found out that Murphy's was the place to be. And it just keeps getting better. When I moved to Murphy's, there was 2 tasting rooms maybe, right? And we've progressed now to like, I can't keep track. And it just keeps getting better. And I'm basically retired. I go everywhere that there's music in this county, whether it be Ironstone, Bryce Station, whatever. And I don't think we can go backwards. We've already opened the gate. I think we need to continue to make it a better place to live and to be entertained and things like that. And I'm hoping that we can come up with a solution that involves parking and all the other concerns, and and just continue to make Murphy's a better place to live and welcome everybody that is wanting to come and then, take part in what we have to offer. So, anyway, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, not seeing any more in the room. I'm going to just double check. Any online before we bring it back to the dais?
No, and just to remind the public, if you're attending online, you must be logged into Zoom and raise your hand to make a public comment, but there is no other further public comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any further comment from the board? Pepper?
Just one other consideration, because Mr. Toffenelli did bring up hog dogs, for instance. If this does get brought back before the board, consideration on, we asked the fire marshals to move forward. I'm sure Mr. Oliver's very well aware. Consideration of egress with these new, if it's what the decision of the board to move forward with this, consideration of egress for fire and safety issues is a big one.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I'll weigh in briefly. We don't have a huge problem with that in my district, but I do think that if there's ways that this county can make it, businesses be more successful, the revenue we don't have parking meters, but what we contribute, if we have to give up a parking spot to have, we're going to make it up in tax revenue and benefits in the long run to our county. It has to be safe, whatever we do. I don't think you guys want your patrons to be hurt. We don't want them hurt either. It's on county property, so we have to figure out some way to indemnify each other. You brought up a really great point, and this goes to the hog dogs point that you're making is, we have certain parking requirements, and we make developers adhere to them, and then we say, but that doesn't matter now because we've got this, and we have to find some way to be consistent. I know why we have the rules, and we don't get to make all those rules either. We don't have a lot of discretion sometimes on what the parking proportion is to the size of the building. But I think there's probably a solution. I'm looking around this room and our department heads, they're creative, they're smart, and they understand we want business to work. But we also have to, keep an eye on what's under our feet as we're walking down this path. So I look forward to seeing some good work out of this, some ways to make it happen.
Supervisor Toffenelli, I see you agreeing.
Yeah, and I agree with Jack and Ben both. The safety issue is really a dynamic situation, especially if you're going to parking places. Part of the issues that Hot Dog had was you're now out there where by the road where it's a pass-through for cars traveling back and forth. So in my opinion, you need a good set of bollards out there so it protects the people. You don't want a car coming through there and for some reason swerved or whatever and gone through it. That was some of the issues. So if we're going to go down this road, especially going into parking lots or into public right-of-ways, that we make sure that the public is safe and install bollards that can handle a car coming through and stop it before it gets to the people. But I think it's very important that we do that. That was my only comment.
Thank you. Is there any other? Supervisor Callaway?
Well, can I make the, without polling the board?
I was waiting for it.
Do not know that we can proceed to put some regulations or criteria in place so that when the executive order is lifted, these businesses will know that there's a path for them to reestablish their parklets. I never knew they were called parklets. I've been calling them platforms. So, I mean, if so, I'd like to be part of that process if the board has no problem. And for another supervisor who's more impacted on private property, that would be okay too. Of course, I'm sure county council's going to want me to do something I don't want to do, but I'm not
Never.
sure. Council, how would be the best way to proceed from here?
So I think there's a couple of different options. I think it seems clear that a majority of the board is open to moving forward with some flavor of continuing outdoor dining. So I think at this point, you can approach it one of two ways. Either staff can kind of take that and all of us work together to put together, and we can work with you, of course, Supervisor Callaway, to develop something to bring back to the board that we think is workable and feasible. And so it's really just whether there's any sort of additional direction that the board would like to give at this point as to what that should include or what we should be taking into account. Or whether you just trust us to try to start working on something.
Go ahead.
I would just say if we could make it really simple. These business owners are going to want to make an investment if they've got to upgrade their parklet, I guess is the right term. Thank you, Marita. It's the first time I've heard it as well. So that they can make that investment and know that when these rules come into play, they're already going to be in compliance. So when the executive order comes down, and I'd really like to control the fees on this stuff. We're going to make it up in sales tax. I don't want to take it out of the business owner's pocket. We don't have to do much.
Supervisor Stockley?
I concur. I mean, fees should be able to take care of the process. I think we'll make it up in tax revenue. The permitting process, what our staff time goes, that's reasonable. What inspection times, so that our building department can go out and make sure that, we're all good with our safety and everything else. The only consideration I would suggest before going into it is, for my area or Mr. Toffanelli's areas and certain areas, because he's got both ends in San Andreas, I mean, they have some stuff on Main Street where that could be affected if there's businesses outside there. But when it comes to private property, we can say yes, but we have to give the opportunity for the property owner to say yes or no when it comes to their parking areas still, because there's just some places it's not going to work. How do you feel about that, Mr. Toffanelli?
I agree with what you're saying, but there are some instances that the property owner is the owner of the restaurant. So it's his property, and the only issue would be, as brought up by Gabriel, would be the parking issue. But I think we can find ways around that. But yes, you're going to need, if you're renting a space from a property owner for your restaurant, you want to do some outside stuff, you're going to have to have the owner on board and signing off on it. You can't just put it out there and try and get a permit. So I agree with what you're saying, Ben. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Toffanelli.
Before I continue, I have the clerk waving at me that there are online comments. Sorry, I pivoting around. I just want to make sure.
River? River, you can go ahead and speak. Thank you.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
I would thank you very much for allowing this to happen. Thank you, supervisors, for allowing to hear everybody and all of us who couldn't get there. I agree wholeheartedly with with all the comments. I very much enjoy having the seating out front. It does add to maintenance and staff duties, but it has become an overwhelmingly more popular face. And in the 30 years I've had Browns, the patio has always been successful. It doesn't nearly do what the people who want to sit in the front. That goes to the community of being able to hear music from the pub, to be able to look down the street at Allegory, at the different wineries, to see people moving around. It really, really adds to our feel of our county. I understand that the biggest complaint I've heard from all the other businesses that I've met with and spoken to is obviously parking. And it will always be. 30 years ago when I started and Jim Riggs was around, it was the problem then. I don't think it's a insurmountable problem. No one wanted to park at Black Bart to walk up to the to town, and now people have been forced to, and it's a no-brainer. It's no problem at all. They get a moment to go through the park, and then they can go by my mom and dad's store, they can go by Tanner's, they can go by the hotel, and they come right into town. I think that with the work with the supervisors and the ability to use the Masonic Hall, the in lieu fees, there's lots and lots of opportunities for parking to be mitigated and to be extended. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, last call on online. Now that everyone's figured out how to push buttons. You good?
There's no further public online.
Okay. Bring it back. Okay. Marita, you have your light on? Okay, just making sure. Okay, with that, thank you everyone for being here today and being part of the conversation. Hearing what my colleagues have said, I agree with a lot of it, the comments made. I see more of, rather than excuses, just another hurdle to get to the solution as we evolve in what bringing business to the community is, not just for Murphy's, but the county. I think there's a lot to learn from other jurisdictions to combat some of the issues that we've all brought up. And I would be open to bringing this back as well to see how we can solve this and work together with the different departments, knowing that they have their own individual challenges that we need to be mindful of, as well as private property owners that may not, that would be leasing out their property, but need to get that permission and what those steps. But I think the goal is we're supposed to be here to make it easier for businesses, make it make sense. Kind of, we still are the government, but make our businesses prosper in Calaveras and keep people coming. So Gabriel, with that, do you need more feedback, or do you think that in your working relationship with your colleagues you can make something come back?
Madam Chair, I think I have the feedback that I need. So we're going to proceed. We will probably have to form some kind of a team, a group, including the county council's office, planning, public works, and all the different agencies, and come back with something that we can feel confident to present to you, which would include procedures to follow, whether we're doing it discretionary, how much it's going to cost, time, and all that stuff. So I think we're good.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yep. So with that, we are going to take a quick, we're going to do 20 minutes.
I think we have a federal labor laws we have to.
Yeah, we do.
Staff.
Okay, so we'll do 30 minutes. Okay, so we're going to do a 30-minute lunch break, and we'll be back. What time is it? 12:53, so 1:30? And then we will be adjusting the agenda again at 1:30 to accommodate Supervisor Toffenali. Good. Okay. Welcome back, and thank you. At this time, we're going to go back to the regular agenda, but we're going to move around here. Do you have Supervisor Toffenelli? Yep, there he is. Okay, we are going to go to regular agenda item number 23. Can the clerk please read that out?
Item 23, action item, Human Resources, introduce, waive first reading, and authorize summary publication of an ordinance adopting salary increases for the sheriff, district attorney, and coroner public administrator.
And we have Judy on the screen. Hi, Judy.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management Director. I am bringing before you today the first reading of the ordinance to change salaries for the sheriff, district attorney, and the coroner public administrator. I have been working with the CAO. We have engaged an outside contractor who has been working on a county-wide salary survey. We had asked them to do a separate report out, or an executive report for these three positions. And before you is our recommendation for the changes. Can I answer any questions?
Are there any questions or comments by the board? And also, Supervisor Stopper. Sorry, I was looking at Gary. I thought he was getting ready to talk, and it threw me off.
It's okay. It's okay. I just thought you almost said Supervisor Stopper.
You said it, not me.
Well, I kind of think you did say it. Just playing, Amanda. With that aside, we had a public comment from SEIU this morning asking some questions, and you just said that you've engaged this company that's to do a separate salary survey for these three elected positions. Last year, when we brought this before you, Judy, we had discussed doing everybody from top to bottom at the same time. Is there any reason why you haven't brought this salary survey before us?
So just to be clear, the salary survey, we are still working with our contractor on it. We have not received the final data. The only thing is we did ask them after the survey was started was to break out these positions.
So when we gave direction last year to bring it back by April, it's taking longer than the direction of the board?
So it was my understanding at that time, and in fact, Supervisor Toffenelli said several times that you wanted us to bring it back to you before June. Typically, salary surveys, especially when we talk about comprehensive surveys, will take several years to get those done. And so our contract with the contractor was for them to get a report to us by the end of April, so then we could start looking at the data, talking with the board, talking with the unions.
My recollection on that conversation was we were going to bring it back, and we were paying extra to have it brought back at an earlier time because of the length it usually took us. So we end up paying more on the contract. That was the discussion we had last year.
So we didn't pay more, we just we couldn't do as comprehensive of a survey as what we would like to have done just because there was not the time available.
With that, is there any other board questions or comments? Gary, just making sure I recognize that I'm not leaving you're shaking your head. Okay, perfect. With that, I'm going to, thank you, Judy. I'm going to move it out to public comment. So at this time, is there any public comment? I do know that the sheriff wanted to speak. I don't see him in the room, so I'm assuming he's online. Okay, Rick?
Good afternoon, board members. I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention. I know this has been a contentious item for a while. I brought it up 4 years ago, and I know that I had talked to Julie last year about this, and I know that she said it was going to take at least a year, so I support her in what she says, that I know it probably wasn't going to be ready till about June. I know there's rumors going on that I want to squash with you folks right now, that I saw a report. I had never seen a report. There was a rumor out there, and it was just exactly that, as rumor. Back to the beginning, though, if you go, when I got the appointment, I never said anything, and after I got reelected, I actually talked to Tim, I talked to Al, and I talked to Chris about this, and we keep pushing it back, and as we all know, a year ago, the other electeds got their raise, and there was some question as to why Barbara and myself and the coroner's office weren't put in that. There was a lot of discussion about that, and I let it go. I think it's time, and I know that SEIA, we talked earlier about everybody, and I believe everybody should be looked at. We know the county as a whole is lower than what it should be, and I think that's what the report is going to reflect once Judy gets that out there. I think you're going to see part of that reflection when you see what the salaries for Barbara and I are. So with that being said, I want to kind of bring it to your guys' attention. I know I've said this before, but I want to bring it up again. The Dirty Works contract saves the county $150,000 every year. I used AB 443 funds to purchase that tractor and trailer to do marijuana eradication. So there's $150,000 that the county is not paying for every year. We also have the fact that I started the state mental health program within our jail. I'm in the process, as Krista and Judy are aware, I believe Judy's aware, of upping those numbers to 14 from the 10, or excuse me, 18 from the 10, which is going to bring in another approximate $400,000. The lieutenant's position that I asked for at budgets is going to be paid for by the state, so that $200,000 that we kind of thought was going to cost for that lieutenant is, I don't want to call it free money, but it's money that will be going into the general fund. There's nothing tied to it. And then I've already talked to staff at the jail, and I've talked to DSH. We're looking at moving our JVTC program in the jail to a different spot so we can actually help our constituents out in our county and other state constituents that need mental health services in the jail. And that will probably bring that up to about 24. So there's going to be another chunk of change. So I guess that the reason for all of that information is to let you know that there's going to be some extra money coming in, well, called extra money, but there'll be some new money coming into the department, into the general fund. So I'm imploring you folks to please see fit to take care of Barbara, myself, and Kevin, and the rest of our, county personnel. Any questions for me at this point? Otherwise,
Thank you. So with that, is there any other public comment?
Me, I suppose.
Okay,
So I just,
hold on, wait till you get to the mic. Okay. Hi,
I haven't
Kevin.
seen anything on what the, oh, I don't get a green light. I get to keep talking and talking and talking. Anyway, I've heard, well, I got a call from Barbara on Friday, and I don't know how else to make this long or short, but not from Barbara, excuse me, Krista. Barbara's back there. Anyway, so we're talking about the salaries here and so forth, and for the coroner's office, I received a call from Krista on Friday, in communication with the CAO's office is pretty poor for me, and also with HR, it's poor to non-existent. So I received a call on Thursday, and we were talking about the raise, my raise, and Krista related to me that I wasn't going to like what my raise was, and that the sheriff and the DA were getting a significant raise, and I was not going to like mine. And she was right. I didn't like mine. That being said, she said that my raise was going to be 15 cents, which is $6 a week. And it always falls back on they don't have the surveys, they have nothing to compare me to. We're here because of employee retention, and I think a lot of that has to do with communication. And, these salary raises were to retain employees. I don't have the luxury to go anywhere else. And I'm going to go back to last year, about a year ago. We had a meeting. It was a private meeting. Mr. Stopper attended it. Krista attended it. Rick attended it. Some of Rick's employees and some of the admin employees. And during that meeting, they came up with budget item 101-00323, which was $275,000 budgeted to combine the sheriff and the coroner. Now, that didn't happen. I appreciate that. It's kept elected. Nobody's run against me, so I'll be your coroner for 4 more years, and I assure you in 4 years you won't have to deal with me anymore. So when I asked about, or one of my main points is that the way the coroner's office is run is very efficient for the county. It saves the county a lot of money. And I was told in that meeting that, money was not a concern in this situation. We're going to spend $275,000. Money's not really a big concern. And I have a transcript of that meeting, if anyone was interested, but that's what came out of the meeting. So I don't really see where 15 cents comes out. And if I look back here at Al or anyone back here, and you're a 20-year employee somewhere, and your employer tells you they're going to give you a 15-cent raise, which is $16 a week, how would you react? I mean, what's the use, So I really don't get that. I've been a 20-year employee. I've done my job, and 15 cents is pretty much a slap in the face. I don't know where that comes from. There's a lot of grapevine around Calaveras County. I heard through the grapevine that the money was budgeted one time for a raise for me, and then another time it wasn't. And it always comes back to there's no comparisons. So in the meeting last year in August, when this was tabled, I saw where the county librarian makes $10 an hour more than the coroner, which the county librarian deserves a good wage. The county library I think it's necessary, and it's something we have. It's not something that's mandated like the coroner. So why can't we do a comparison between the coroner and the county librarian? I don't think $10 an hour is too much to ask. Everybody else here has gotten a raise, you guys about a year ago. So if you compare me to the county librarian has regular office hours and works a 40-hour week. I too work a 40-hour week. But I'm also on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year with zero compensation for working outside of the regular week. Now, I do have another job at the mortuary. I know that's been an issue. There was another mortuary open in the county, and it's not open anymore. It's no longer in existence, so that conflict is not there anymore. Back to the county librarian, they're exposed to people while executing their duties as librarian. The most dangerous thing about being a librarian probably would be getting a paper cut. Comparison, coroner public administrator is also exposed to people during execution of their duties. However, as coroner, I'm exposed to live as well as deceased people, bloodborne pathogens, COVID, HIV, hepatitis, to name a few, on a daily basis. County librarian is in charge of books and media and keeps records pertaining to the library. Comparison, the coroner public administrator keeps records regarding all deaths in Calaveras County, conducts autopsies when necessary, coordinates with the DA, the sheriff, so on, makes death notification in person to family members upon death of a loved one. And I'd like to invite every one of you with me along on a death notification, if you'd like. The next time I make one, I can call you, you can come along with me, see how that goes. I mean, it's a hard job. $10 an hour less than the librarian. I'm not walking the librarian, but 15 cents is a slap in the face. And I talked to a lot of people at the fair this weekend and about this particular issue, and they all got a big laugh out of it. And, you know, I don't think it's a joke. And 15 cents is, you know, $6 a week. Come on. You work for PG&E forever. I know that I have a job at the mortuary, and that's been used. You know, you have that job. You're allowed to do the coroner's job while working at the mortuary. Well, everybody here, I believe, well, Amanda has a job. Mr. Stopper has a job. I don't know about Mr. Garamendi. Marita's retired, but everybody else does their job. And they do their Board of Supervisors job also. And I know that, you know, I was on the Angels Camp City Council. I've been on the COG. You're doing a full-time job. And I am doing a full-time job also. I mean, this job wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning regularly. You know, we're out at all hours making notifications, picking people up. We're exposed to bloodborne pathogens, things like that. And I just think that my job is worth as much as the county librarian. One other issue here is we had talked about combining the sheriff and the coroner. There is talk in the legislature now about splitting sheriff coroner. They split it down in Stockton, San Joaquin County, and they're talking about legislation about splitting the sheriff and coroner statewide. I mean, they're just talking about it. It's another rumor, but it could happen, and in which case Calaveras County would be ahead of the game. So I haven't seen any of these figures or anything. I just know from talking to Krista the 2 times I've talked to her. I talked to HR once in the last year. I think I've talked to Krista once or twice, maybe 3 times since last year. So that's where we're at. I think $10 would be a good spot to start. And that being said, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hi.
How's it going? And I think that Kevin's right. I've known him for a long time, and my experience has been a pretty good coroner, and in addition, a good mortician. My wife recently died, and he handled the affairs. I recommend you consider his request. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Is there any other comment? Is there any public comment online?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. So we have a staff recommendation in the board packet. Is there any comment from board members? Stopper.
In the past, I have chose to vote against these just because, you know, me personally, I didn't get in this position because of the money. I do work another job because that's what supports me and my family, not this salary, although the salary does help significantly. But, you know, no need to go out with you on one of those notifications. I've been on the wrong end of it last fall, you know. I could only imagine what you have to go through every time you show up on a doorstep, you know. So, you know, I'll take that into account in my consideration.
Supervisor Callaway?
I don't, excuse me, I don't have a problem supporting this. We normally always leave the electeds behind because we're not supposed to. We know what we get when we sign up for it and all that rhetoric, but the elected should still be treated equitably. And when the clerk, recorder, assessor, and auditor, tax collector were considered, we made the commitment that we would look at the sheriff, the DA, and the coroner. That was separate from, I don't remember it the way Supervisor Stopper does, but that we would look at those three positions separately from the salary survey that we're doing for everyone else. And in all the years that I've been with the board, we very, very seldom ever do anything for the electeds. And I think the time has come where we need to do that. And so I would support this. I would support also I would support doing it as presented, and if maybe we want to take another look at the coroner, I'm not so sure I want to compare the coroner's position to the library position. I mean, why not do it to a public health person or a adult protective worker or a child support worker? To take maybe another look at it. We do know there's no comparisons really across the state. But if there's support to maybe look at it again, do it, but separate from what we're doing today.
Any other board comment? Taylor? Okay. I'm going to piggyback off of a little bit what Marita said. I think it's been way overdue, but I still have some concerns about what is presented from staff related to particularly the coroner public administration. I've always had issues with how that's presented, and I don't think not having another item to be compared to, because we are a unique, with being one of only a few counties, it should have been more creative in how we could compare it to. And I think it's a sad excuse. While I don't want to hold back moving this forward, I will concur with Supervisor Callaway that the Coroner Public Administration Office does need to get thoroughly looked at and at a different level. I don't think this is I think it's an embarrassment. But moving forward, I'll support this so we can keep going, but I would like to see this come back. If that's not an option and that's not going to be the recommendation from HR and or the CAO's office, then I won't be supporting this item today.
But the decision's ours, not theirs.
No, it is, but if they're continuing not to bring it back and bring something more robust to the board to make a more appropriate decision, then it says more about them needing to do their job than for us to make a decision.
Well, I guess I look at it is if we want to do it, then we just direct staff to please bring back maybe looking at the coroner and some permutations that we could support.
I don't have the confidence that the timeline's going to be happening to bring it back. Look at where we're at today.
If your board directs us to bring back another iteration of this, we're certainly happy to do so.
In what time frame? Because, I mean, I could ask for a salary and comp survey to be done by April, and we're going into June. So what's that time frame look like?
Would you like to see the coroner's position back on June 7th? We can bring it then.
Are we meeting then?
Yes.
Yes. I would. Just one, so.
Ms. Hawkins?
Yes.
If we would like the coroner public administrative position brought back with other possible comparisons, not necessarily coroner to coroner, but the kind of skill set that's needed for a coroner compared to an adult protective service worker or a public health employee. Would June 7th be a workable date for you? Or
Yes, I can definitely work with the CAO's office and we can have an item back on the 7th.
Could they compare with whatever level of the sheriff's office that would run the coroner's office?
Judy, did you hear that?
No.
No, I did not.
Can you come to the mic, Kevin?
That doesn't really work because the ones in the sheriff's office are the sheriff and the coroner at the same time. So in that scenario, you're looking at someone in, like, let's say Los Angeles, and we just aren't comparable.
I just looked at ZipRecruiter this morning, ZipRecruiter, which Judy said in the August meeting, you can't use that, but the coroner salaries run from $17,000 to $139,000 in California. I looked at other ones, they average a little bit above me. So, you know, we've got 9% inflation this year. We had 3% last year, that's 12%. Haven't seen an actual raise. I mean, we got the, whatever all the other employees got. I haven't seen a raise to my salary, I don't remember when. I mean, I started out at $28,000, let's put it that way, 20 years ago. But, you know, it's due, and I don't know where 15 cents came from. Was that a joke? You know, or is that what's in writing? I haven't seen anything, no communication, so I don't know what they're proposing. So the 15 cents is pretty much a joke. That's $1.20 a day. That'll get me a gallon, well, not even a gallon of diesel a week. So anyway, sorry for butting in.
Okay. With that, we have, looking at June 7th to bring it back, but in the meantime, we have this in front of us. So, is there a motion?
I introduce and waive reading and authorize publication of the ordinance adopting the salary increase for the sheriff, district attorney, and coroner.
Can we add to that, Ms. Callaway? With the direction to bring back the coroner June 7th?
I don't think
July
that should
7th?
be separate. I mean, we've already just given direction and agreed to.
You can make it part of the record.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Supervisor Toffenelli, second. We need to do roll call.
District 1?
Yes, but bring it back June 7th.
District 2?
That's not the
That's not the motion.
Sorry.
Yes.
District 2?
District 2, yes.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0 vote.
Thank you. And I will see the next, we need a majority, I think, direction, or do we need a poll?
No, I mean, that's not part of the action, but it sounds as though a majority of the board is asking staff to bring that back.
I don't, yeah, okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair, apologize. I mean, I think we have to be a little bit more specific. We've already done the survey of the coroners. We don't have very many. We're literally saying, go fishing and good luck. I don't think we're being specific enough for staff to do this. So I don't know what we're going to hear back. So I guess that's my only confusion. I have no opposition to hearing it. I just, we should be a little bit more specific if we actually have something that we want to hear.
I agree with Supervisor Garamendi. I mean, we're just throwing it out there and saying, come up with something creative. What does creative mean? You know, the coroner said, compare me to the librarian. You know, and I don't think that's the right comparison, but we're just saying, come up with something, Ms. Hawkins or Ms. Von Lotta. I agree. We need to be more specific. What is it that we would like that compared to?
Right.
What skill set or
Right, I mean,
something?
if we're just looking for comps, we've already looked at
We've
comps.
already looked at it.
And the comps read what they are. If we want to give a raise, we can give a raise. I just don't know where we're going to find comp data. Now, if the law changes, as Mr. Raggio says, and they end up splitting apart, we're going to have 58 comps within a year. Because that's actually a piece of legislation that I think is still moving through. So, you know, we may not be alone in this. So I just don't know what we're throwing at, what we'd be asking for. I mean, the comps are what the comps are right now.
The one county that I'm aware of that's structured like us is Inyo. That's what I'm aware of. And the data pulled from Inyo showed something comparable to what was offered today, is what my understanding is. Yes.
Ms. Hawkins, can you confirm that? I believe that's correct.
So although Inyo is not one of the comparable counties that the contractor looked at, we have consistently looked at Inyo in the past to see what we could do. Unfortunately, the timing for getting the data back and everything, and then needing to bring this forward quickly, we have not had a chance to truly go out and, you know, I have been looking at other positions, trying to find something that is fairly comparable. It is difficult, but we will make it happen.
May I, Madam Chair? Did I understand that we have one comp and we didn't include it in this study? So what did we possibly come up with? Did I misunderstand?
I just, let me go back to.
We have only one comp. And we didn't check it?
No.
Stop it. Your light's on.
I know. I'm just
Okay.
beside myself.
Okay. I'm good, just making sure we're not leaving you out. I don't see you green, so we're good. Okay. So with that, Sarah, with the question I had is, do I need to poll? Do we need to vote? What do we need to do?
With respect to giving direction?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear to me at the moment if there is majority board direction.
Okay.
The motion, I mean, the item obviously passed.
I'm in favor, my apologies. Here's where I'm at, is I hear what Supervisor Garamendi is saying, and he's got a very good point. What are we asking to bring back? But at the same time, we do need to bring something back that's comparable. How we, I mean, I don't know how else to put it. How do we take a bite out of that apple? So I think we need to define what we're asking for a little bit more. I think I heard Mr. Toffanelli when he was trying to vote that he was in support of bringing it back also. That's what I thought I heard. But Mr. Garamendi's got a good point.
$25,000.
Right, I was going to say, if I may,
Good thing we got a consultant right on Google.
yeah, it's $25,000 as a salary for a coroner.
25,476.
It's a comp. I don't know.
where Gary was going to make the motion to bring it back the 7th, to have the discussion on the 7th. I mentioned that I would be in favor if we brought it back.
Madam Chair.
If not, that's fine.
Can I speak?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I trust staff to find some comparable salary ranges that we can look at it when it comes back on the 7th. We don't have to do anything with it on the 7th if we don't agree with what comps they came up with. But that's their job to do that type of thing. I heard Kevin talk about the librarian. I don't know if that's similar to what we can use, but I think staff, I heard Judy say she can bring something back on the 7th. I say let staff do it, find something comparable, and bring it back to us, and we can have a discussion on it. I think that's what we need to do.
I think if staff's able to do their job, they'll be able to bring it back to the board and explain what these comparables, or at a minimum, we start looking at what's on the desk. The workload, because it is different. If there isn't anything else in the rest of the state, then look at how you're going to, other ways to compare, if you can't compare to other jobs.
Just my other job that actually pays me, I work in wastewater. You deal with all the same type of exposure. It's different job. I don't have to tell people horrible things that just happen to their family members or anything. But, there is a significant exposure to different things that, and I hear what Kevin had to say when it comes to exposure as opposed to other jobs.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
So the comparison with workload, I've talked to Inyo County, and there is a comparison. His salary is significantly lower, but his workload is significantly lower. He does about a third of what we do. So there's a difference right there. So the reason I picked the librarian is because that stuck out to me last August. The librarian makes $10 an hour less than me for doing what a librarian does. And I have nothing against the librarian. I think the library is a necessary thing. But we're also a necessary mandated thing. And this is California, and the cost of living is very high. And, anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is it clear? I think majority have made comments.
I guess my concern is we're asking staff to come up with something creative, for lack of a better word. And then they come to us and then we start second guessing them. I don't think that's fair to them. Well, why did you do this? Well, why didn't you do that? I mean, I can hear us now. I think we should be as definitive as we can if we want this to come back. We don't want them to compare to the librarian, then what is it that we would like them to do? What kinds of things we would like them to consider? To me, workload is not an issue because we have a lot of employees with heavy workloads. So it's maybe, for me, it would be a skill set. Mr. Raji, I just have a quick question. Do you do the actual autopsies?
No, I don't do the autopsies, but I'm a licensed embalmer. I, for lack of a better term, sew them up afterwards. I'm there for a lot of the autopsies. I sign the death certificate. And, one other thing I want to interject here is if they've already had 8 or 9 months to do it and they came up with one comp, 58 phone calls, and actually not 58 phone calls. There's a bunch of medical examiners, so it's less than 58 phone calls. Find out what the whole state does, I got on on Google this morning. But,
So
you know.
is your position comparable to a medical examiner from your
No,
perspective?
no, medical examiner's a doctor.
Oh, okay, I
Okay?
wasn't.
Yeah,
clear
no,
from what
not
you
at all, not at all. But there are a lot of, the only two standalone elected coroners are myself and Inyo, that is correct. But our workload is higher, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
You know, and anyway.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to the next item, if there's nothing else.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, sorry, Gary.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
I have to leave. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck to the game, Gary.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks, Jack.
The Calaveras.
Okay, we'll move it back to,
It's undefined right now.
okay, I think with that direction, we'll move on to the next agenda item. So we're going to be going back to agenda item number 21, and then we will do item number 22. Lisa.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, CAO Bonlada, Deputy County Counsel, and our Calaveras community, Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. And if I could please, Stacy, share my screen.
Sorry.
And it will take a second. Stacy, I didn't let her to me to read the agenda item into the record. Sorry, please.
Item 21, informational item, Environmental Management Agency. Receive a presentation on the drought-related well permitting requirements required by Executive Order N-7-22. Lisa, you should be able to share.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And everybody can hear me okay?
I'm assuming yes.
Okay, thank you. And the only reason why I asked that is, please forgive me, because I have allergy infection in my ears and I'm having a hard time, so thank you for being patient with me. So today I bring to you a presentation regarding our drought that we are currently in, and specifically related to the Environmental Management Agency aspect is our Environmental Health Department. Our Environmental Health Department is the agency that actually administers and issues well permits, and those well permits can range anywhere from a domestic to a commercial or to an industrial water well. So with that, I'd like to start my presentation. The reason for this drought well permitting requirements was based on Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-7-22 that was executed on and effective March 28, 2022. So several jurisdictions and several environmental health departments and LEAs across California had to scramble to put something together in response to this order. So I already discussed this particular aspect of the executive order. What this does is it includes specific well permitting requirements for local agencies. It is meant to prepare and lessen the effects of the drought we are currently in. We are in the third-year drought cycle. So what exactly who is the well permitting authority and who does the groundwater management oversight? Well, environmental health is the well permitting authority, and in California, the well authority usually goes to, as I say, the Environmental Health Department and LEAs for alteration. And when I speak about alteration of wells, this includes deepening of wells, perforations, any manipulation of the annular seal, and also any alteration or modification to the materials of the well itself. It does not include the infrastructure, which is the pipes that go to and from the well. So with that, the county and water agencies, we have a specific authority to adopt local well ordinances, which we currently do have. Our well permits are administered through the Environmental Health Department. So with this, the drought well permitting requirements, we have the authority, and this includes the administration and also review of well permits that come in over the counter. So under the EO 7-22 order, our agency must take additional steps prior to issuing that permit. So the first step is always permit evaluation. Environmental health must do these things before issuing a well permit. We must make that decision and make a determination that the proposed well is not likely to interfere with the production and or functioning of nearby wells. Very important. And secondly, that the proposed well is not likely to cause subsidence that would adversely impact the infrastructure of nearby structures or infrastructures. Here at the bottom, you can see some examples of subsidence. The one on the left looks like it's probably typically an ag well, and that what you see raised above the ground is what we call a pedestal. That protects the integrity of the well casing. You can see with my pointer here that I'm illustrating really looks like about a foot difference between the bottom of the pedestal, cement pedestal, and the ground surface. That is what is called subsidence, when the ground actually compacts, either due to a loss of minerals and or loss of water. The second example is by a water canal where it has been adversely affected by the subsidence. And of course, the last one, I wanted to put some humans in there so you can see a comparison. But this is subsidence. So with the executive order, there are certain wells that are exempt from this review. They are the wells that provide less than 2 acre-feet per year, which is approximately 652 gallons. And when I speak about 1 foot per acre, think of this in a better way to put this in an analogous way is to think about a football field, okay? A football field with about 1 foot of water is comparable to 1 acre per foot water. What does that mean? It means that when you look out on a football field, imagine yourself looking at 1 foot of water on that football field. That's kind of an easy comparison. The 1 acre foot is a regular term that water purveyors use and people in the Water District, Department of Water Resources use to measure water volume and its use. Another well that is also exempt from the executive order are wells that provide public water to our public. Some examples of that are a community water system. A community water system has a well that could give water to, say, for example, a mobile home park. There are non-community wells, which include the transient wells, and these are examples of parks, campgrounds, those types of well services. And of course, last but not least, the non-transient wells, and those usually service schools and or parks. So going back on a little bit of history, how this all started, the importance of water conservation and what is the new big word is water sustainability. Back in 2014, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but there was a SGMA, which is the Sustainable Groundwater Act of 2014, which I will be discussing in just a few minutes. But to go along with this, included in California, we have over 550 groundwater basins that are categorized in one of 4 categories: low, very low, high, or medium. In California alone, we have 94 water basins and sub-basins that were identified as medium or high priority. One of our groundwater basins that is affected with this high priority status is the east side or the eastern San Joaquin groundwater basin, and that is one of the 94 basins that was categorized as high. So I'm going to move to the next picture, but I wanted to let you know this next picture that's coming up will help you visualize what this GSA, which is the high priority water basin that we're speaking to. These are going to be significantly looked at for any water wells that will be permitted through the environmental health and also through our groundwater sustainability agency. This area runs approximately 70 miles of the eastern portion of Calaveras County, which overlies this basin, this affected basin. Portions of Calaveras Triangle are between Comanche and Hogan Lake and climb up into the Valley Springs, Highway 12 and 26 corridor, going out to the western portion, Burson area of the county. Here is a map. It is outlined in purple. You can see it. Now, right here, you can see my pointer, there are little fingerlings that actually go towards Stanislaus County. These are in between, the big section here, but I'm hoping that you can see these little fingerlings that are also part of the GSA. So back to our Sustainability Groundwater Management Act of 2014. So this, what we call SIGMA, was passed in 2014. It sets statewide standards to help protect our groundwater resources over the long term. And when we state long term, we're thinking in years. Right now we're looking at 20 years sustainability. So with SIGMA requires our local agencies to form groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, for high and medium priority water basins, which we have here in Calaveras County. The groundwater sustainability agencies are required to develop and implement groundwater sustainability plans to avoid undesirable effects that will last and mitigate some of these factors that affect our water quality, but also that subsidence and overdraft of the water basins for the next 20 years. GSAs are required to include their GSPs, and I know these are a lot of acronyms, but the GSP, again, is the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, and include in their discussion how to coordinate with other local agencies to meet these local land use requirements and to develop policies and to make mitigating factors to help protect our groundwater possession here in Calaveras County. And under the Calaveras County, we, as the Environmental Health Department, are the local well permitting agency. So what are the well permitting steps within the East Side Groundwater Sustainability Agency? Well, number one, first of all, we have to commit to a consultation with the GSA. Secondly, we have to do a series of permit evaluations. So the first one I'll speak to is consultation with the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So who is the GSA? Currently in Calaveras County, we partner with CCWD, Stanislaus Water Agency, and Rock Creek District. Together we form the GSA. And currently those are in the works as far as any protocol or any policies to be developed. So everything is in the process. So as a well permitting agency, Environmental Health must consult with the GSA in order to receive a written verification that a couple of things, that the proposed well location is consistent with the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, and number two, that it will not decrease the likelihood of achieving sustainability goals that were established under the SIGMA Act. So we ask, what wells are exempt from Groundwater Sustainability Agency review? Well, as you know, I was speaking to the domestic water wells that are what we call de minimis, which means that they pull less than approximately 652,000 gallons of water per year. So if you think about things like that, the average person uses about 82 gallons per day. Cumulatively, that's about, with a family of 4 or a person household of 4, that's about approximately 119,000 gallons per year. So you can see where it's de minimis, which is a lot less than the 652,000 gallons per year. So hence, the domestic water wells are exempt. So other wells that are not exempt include the irrigation and commercial wells that will pull over 651,000 gallons per year. And also, the wells that are exempt include the public water wells, which I discussed previously. And they are defined as the community wells, non-community wells, the transient and non-transient public water systems. So here is just an example of, this is still in the works, but we have a kind of a preliminary idea of how we're going to facilitate our existing water well permits that are not de minimis, which means they are either agricultural and or commercial water wells. So the wells that are exempt by this illustration in this chart, you can see, no, if the wells are exempt under, then the well, it goes to the GSA. Yes, the GSA makes findings, and this is still in the works, so I'm just broadly trying to describe this. GSA makes the findings, and the GSA will have their own specific findings. If they cannot make a determination that this well will not meet the criteria set forth in the executive order, which means that it's not either going to be feasible or it will have a detrimental effect to our groundwater and surface water and our groundwater tables and aquifers, then no, it will be denied. If GSA makes those findings that yes, it will be okay to facilitate that permit, it comes back to environmental health, and then environmental health makes our own 2 additional findings, which I discussed earlier. Number 1, will the well cause damage to infrastructure? And number 2, will the well, a proposed use, cause detrimental effects to the use of other groundwater wells around this specific area? So some of this is still in the works. We are working within our GSA, County Council, and our CAO to make these determinations and to move forward. But one thing for sure is that we are going to do what is best for our community and for the health and environmental health of Calaveras County. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Lisa, for that presentation, and I like the infographics. Those were good. Thank you.
I love infographics. Stacy, I'm going to go ahead and unshare my, let's see here. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Any board questions? I see Supervisor Stopper has his mic on.
Just to make it clear.
Yes, sir.
This executive order, as I read it, and I think you said it, is it applies to anybody within the area of the GSA. And then there are the wells exempt, as you said, 2 acre-feet for residential.
Yes, sir.
Which can go a long ways. You're absolutely right. 651,000 gallons is a lot of water for even 4 people, even 8 people.
Yes.
And then provide groundwater, public water supply systems defined. But this is all within the GSA, which pretty much resides within Gary Toffanelli's and my districts for the most part. I think
that is correct.
Supervisor Garamy has a small sliver now after the redistricting. But that understood. The state's been working this route for quite some time. I don't necessarily agree with it. The perspective that, the projection, it's hard with the geological makeup of Calaveras. Where that line changes from fractured rock or not, we can't tell, if it's within fractured rock, we can't tell if it's going to hurt the person next door, much less the guy a quarter of a mile away.
True, there are anomalies.
Absolutely. So I mean, how they define that moving forward. Also, I've been of the perspective, as the rain hits the hills, more rain tends to get squeezed out of the clouds in the hills than it does the valley. We're uphill, water flows downhill. We're a provider of water. If anything, we're helping out our neighbor in San Joaquin County and everywhere else.
Path of least resistance, right?
Right. But, so, all in all, it's an executive order, unless someone takes it to the state, which won't be us, most likely. All we can do is deal with it, as you've said, as we move forward, and, I'm just wary of us treading on land use rights as we proceed.
And Supervisor Stopper and other board members, I just want to let you know that we are working collaboratively with our partners from CCWD, Rock Creek, and also Stanislaus Partners to facilitate this project moving forward. We're collaborating, we're communicating, we're making sure that we can do our due diligence to make sure that the community needs are met.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to offer one small clarification, and the executive order is not worded particularly clearly, in my opinion, but it does apply to all well permits issued by the county, regardless of whether or not they are within the basin that's managed by the GSA. It's that we have to get an additional approval whatever you want to call it, written determination, I think is the word it uses, from the GSA for any that are within the basin. But this applies to anything we do, unless, of course, it's exempt, those under the 2 acre feet and everything.
I think the point of
I
Lisa,
understand also, you're absolutely.
and the point of Lisa is just why I think, why we brought this today too, is why is someone, say, more down in your district having to go through an extra 2 steps versus maybe somebody in District 3 or District 4, I'd border in some areas of District 4. Why are we different? And I think that it's the big thing of this new Sigma GSAs. We've got an extra layer of bureaucracy that staff and the public, all of us have to go through. And I think it's also just an indication of what might come in the future of adding another layer of this basin into the factor of how staff processes the paperwork and getting people to be able to do what they need to do. And Supervisor Tofanelli is the representative on, and so I can't speak to exact all the meetings, but I do know that Lisa, staff, CCWD, and the GSA is working really hard to figure out how to streamline it, make it easier, because it's 8 or 9 different board on the GSA. The GSA represents a high number, if not double digits, of different board bodies that collectively need to make these approvals.
That's correct.
As for the rest of the county, my personal perspective is if you can streamline it to the point where it's not punitive, it's still beneficial for the people across the county, is the best road to take while staying within your constraints, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and then moving further as well, for Sarah had mentioned for all other wells that are not exempt, and those include agricultural and or commercial use wells. Those are wells, as I stated before, that pull more than that de minimis, which is the 651,000 gallons. We will be contracting with professionalists, with hydrogeologists and with geologists to help us assist us in making that determination. I'm not a hydrogeologist. I'm a scientist, biologist. That's one thing I don't have under my belt is a geologist or a hydrogeology degree. But regardless, we will do our due diligence to make those findings along with the professional services that we will be contracting with. And what those include, some of the things that the contractors will be looking at include for those commercial well applications, which are the large volume wells, water wells, commercial, industrial use, include water quality degradation, subsidence, that's the bigger one, surface water and groundwater interaction, water quality, storage, interference with the production and functioning of nearby wells, and also degradation of the environment caused by this subsidence. So there's a lot of different factors that will go into the study and what they call a water impact analysis to help us assist in making that determination.
One last question, Madam Chair. Does our well permitting fees cover this with all these extra? I mean, this is a executive order. I mean, it could last through the year or the drought may continue.
It may, or there also may be legislative changes that affect this as
yeah,
well.
no, I think this is the first move towards going in that direction, most definitely. But yeah.
Are there any other board comments or questions? Supervisor Callaway?
Do you think that they'll start metering these wells?
There has been rumors of that. It's probably a good idea that people install their own water meters just so they can get a handle of what type of water production they require, whether it be for their backyard, whether it be for their household, whether it be for anything that would be considered residential. It was talk just not even like 5 or 6 years ago that this particular act was going to start a flurry and create a domino effect of legislation. And I heard yesterday that there was, so to speak, making further findings on the executive order, which means that there could be something coming around the corner over the next month that become even more stringent. So it's real important for our community to be aware of that as well, and to look at what type of water usage they have to help us conserve water and make sure that we are doing our best.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. The State Water Resources Control Board asked certain members of CCWD to start monitoring wells back in 2014 while they're at the State Water Resources Control Board's meeting. And the answer to them was, you go up and you ask one person in West Point to put a meter on their well, and we'll do the rest. And they passed at the time, but now, you know, it's been a long time coming. We've seen the writing on the wall for quite some time.
Yes, we have. And, with each well that's installed, throughout California, what we call well completion reports are required to be uploaded to the DWR website. So this kind of gives them an idea of what wells are going in where, what their water log, or the well log, what we call a well log is, and what the well log kind of makes a determination on what we call the lithology of the soil. As Supervisor Stopper stated, we have a lot of fractured rock in our community in Calaveras County, and that can produce water depending on the porosity actually of the material and in the ground, and that's as it's related to the aquifer. But again, there could be some changes coming around the corner, but we are ready to respond accordingly.
Is there any other questions or comments? If not, I'm going to turn it over to public comment. I'll start online.
There's no online public comment.
Is there any in room? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. This is an informational item. So with that, thank you, Lisa, for the presentation. Appreciate it. And
thank you very much.
Bringing it to our attention.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye. With that, we're finally on to our last item of the day, Public Works. Thank you for your patience.
2 minutes to have a cup of coffee.
Yes. We have one more after Public Works, but in terms of presentation from staff. So we'll take a couple minutes while Public Works gets set up.
5 cups of coffee.
So, come on, can you open it? Okay, perfect. The next on the agenda is item number 22. Clerk, if you could please read the item in.
Item 22, action item, Public Works, receive a report regarding the county service area property owners survey results, and 2, provide direction to Public Works staff to proceed with either preparation of an engineer's reports and development of cost estimates for parcel fee increases for qualifying county service areas, or provide other direction to Public Works staff on the administration of county service areas in Calaveras County.
Mr. Packinger.
Good afternoon. You may recall in February of this year, we brought to the Board of Supervisors a CSA item where we discussed various items, including the potential to raising the fees, the assessments that are collected currently, so that there's an effective road maintenance program within the CSA. Now, to move forward with such an idea, there has to be engineers' reports, presentations to the community, and input from the community, including a vote. So before we went forward with any type of engineer's report, or we start spending effort on these kinds of things, we went out with a survey to the CSAs, and today we're going to present to you the outcome of those surveys. So Jacob Lyle and Kelly Zanizer here have the information to present to you, and then afterwards we can discuss options and ways to move forward. Thank you.
Make sure you turn the mic on. Good? Okay, thank you.
I'm going to share our screen.
Okay. Thank you, supervisors, for receiving our presentation today. My name is Jacob Lyle, and I'm an analyst with the Department of Public Works. As Robert mentioned, in February of this year, Public Works made a presentation to this board on county service areas in Calaveras County. Today's presentation is a follow-up to that meeting. In that presentation, we discussed challenges to CSA administration, mainly derived from a disconnect between property owners' expectations of road maintenance and the reality of the funds available to conduct road maintenance. We also outlined the legal process the county would need to follow in order to increase the benefit assessments paid by property owners that fund road maintenance. That process is prepare an engineer's report, notify all property owners by mail and hold a public hearing, and then hold a mail-in ballot election. As efforts by Public Works staff to conduct these activities would commit CSA funds, the board directed the Department of Public Works to survey CSA property owners to see if they'd be willing to pay an increased benefit assessment for additional road improvements and maintenance. Today, we bring the results of those surveys. Public Works developed a simple informational survey that was then tailored for each CSA. The survey described the need for the road maintenance benefit assessment and how the funding was used to repair specific CSA roads. It also listed the current benefit assessment rates for CSA property owners and outlined the legal process required to increase the benefit assessments. The survey asked property owners to respond to 2 questions. 1, do you support the county developing an engineer's report and per parcel assessment increase plan to be voted on by CSA property owners? And if yes, how do you expect the additional revenue to be used? Respondents were then asked to rank 5 road maintenance activities, ranging from increasing the frequency of maintenance activities to raising road standards. Links to these surveys were posted on the Public Works webpage on March 2nd and were active until April 14, a total of 44 days. During that time, Public Works issued 2 press releases and sent postcard-sized mailers to all property owners, urging them to provide their input. So the overall response rate to the surveys was a little low. Just 4.9% of property owners responded across 5 CSAs. CSA 12, Golden Hills, had the highest response rate of 38.2%. CSA 1, Rancho Calaveras, had the lowest response rate of 3.19%. And generally, the results of the survey are mixed. CSA 2 bar 20 was the only CSA that responded in favor of considering higher fees. 86.67% of respondents said yes, with 19.23% of property owners responding. CSA 1 Rancho Calaveras and CSA 12 Golden Hills responded against fee increase, 67.54 and 52.94 responding no respectively. And CSA 4 Diamond 20 was equally split yes, no, with just under 10% of property owners responding. Question 2 of the survey was in regard to how to prioritize additional revenue for road maintenance activities. Priorities for CSAs who did not vote in favor of considering the increase are not presented in this report, but will be retained by Public Works for future planning. And this information can be made available to the board upon request. CSA 2 bar 20 property owners who responded in favor of the fee increases indicated the following ranked priorities for road maintenance. And on my slides, the text was rather light, so I'll just read these. 1 is develop projects to pave road segments over time when the paving program is scheduled, and eventually all CSA 2 roads will be paved. 2 is increase the frequency of grading programs. Roads would receive grading treatments more often. 3, increase the frequency of maintenance programs, ditching, brushing, culvert cleanouts. Improvement projects for existing roads, improve drainage, signage, etc. And 5, improvement projects to raise road standards, widening, sight distance on defined lanes, etc. So with limited funds available, Public Works strives to be a good steward of CSA dollars. This information was collected and provided to the Board of Supervisors to make decisions on proceeding with the next steps necessary to increase benefit assessments in county service areas. Any effort by the county commits CSA funds, and this includes efforts to increase the assessments. For example, CSA funds would be expended on Public Works staff time to develop the elements required for consideration of an assessment increase. These steps to be taken by the Department of Public Works include preparing an engineer's report for the CSA in question, presenting the engineer's report to CSA property owners at a hearing, and conducting a vote of the CSA residents. As the Board of Supervisors is the governing body of the CSAs, Public Works looks to the board to provide input on these matters. And then next slide. This concludes our CSA results presentation. We welcome any feedback, any questions, or any direction you may have at this time.
Supervisor Stopper?
Oh, boy, I know I comment every item. That said, I do want to thank you for extending the time, sending out the mailers. I think we're at 30-some odd responses out of 3,700 some odd people in CSA 1, and it did go up to 114, which is a significant change in people, but still only 3.19%. So I really don't, not that your work that went into outreach and everything was more than adequate, in my opinion. We just didn't get the response from people because they just because. I'm not going to insert why. That said, the CSA 1, you brought up doing an engineer's report. Now, we just did a road assessment for the entire county not long ago. How long ago was that, Robert?
I think that was late 2019.
Oh, so it's 3 years old, so that's a little bit behind, but we know what work's gone in during that time. Mm-hmm. So will this be we aren't going to have to reciprocate, or are we going to have to reciprocate the work again on a whole nother engineer's report?
That's a separate type of engineering report.
Okay.
The engineering report for determining the pavement condition and so forth and treatment measures is something that we have to do regardless. That helps us plan what we need to do for the next paving program. This engineering report that we're speaking about today for the CSA is a plan where we estimate the type of work that we would like to do or that the CSAs would like to do, come up with a cost estimate for that, spread that cost amongst the lots with perhaps a little escalation factor in there for inflation, and then present what that would be as an annual assessment to the membership of the CSAs.
Good information, Robert. Thank you. With that, from my perspective, I forget the exact number, but we did that presentation with the prior Public Works Director. I believe you both were there at the Rancho Clubhouse, and we talked to everybody. With the amount of money we have, we could only touch like 30% of the roads that need to be touched. Something in that vicinity, I mean, plus or minus, right? That said, there's the need. And something that hasn't been incorporated into the CSAs that we discussed earlier this year is if we do decide to send something like this to the ballot and do the engineering report, is a cost adjustment over years. So we don't have to so that in the future, when my successor is sitting in the same seat, they don't have to deal with the same issues I'm dealing with being short on money. If we decide to send any of these back, that cost adjustment has to be part of the vote, and from my perspective, so that we're being pragmatic about the future, we understand what the costs are going to go up, and that way we don't have to keep this. Typically, this would be political suicide, especially in my district. I want you to pay more. But it's a question that has to be asked. It's the reality of the situation. People want their roads paved. I want to pave the roads. I have to say that the job with CSA 1 done last year, I'm very happy that it got done. And I think that's the most amount of money in a long time that's been put down on CSA roads. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback, but it's not near enough. So at this point, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Callaway?
We've discussed this quite a bit at the Council of Governments because we just finished the municipal service review. And one of the things that we just worked on is that, in fact, Gary Tuffanelli's going to be on the group, is get the CSAs together and try and do a group bid for roads to see if they could expand. I really recommend you go to the LAFCO, Local Agency Information Commission website to look at the municipal service review. It is a huge wealth of information, including the fact that they can't get board members, they can't keep board members. One board, I think it's in Jack's area, has one board, McGreevy has. He's awesome. And he's on, till he got me lost on the Arnold Rim Trail with his GPS system. So, I'm, on one hand, I really like what's been done. On the other hand, there is some responsibility for the CSAs to decide how they want to exist. And, I picked CSA 1 because it's right there. They have 3,500 parcels and only 114 people responded. And so you're going to go out for a vote. What kind of vote are you going to get? You look at all of them with maybe the one exception of
12.
Thank you, of CSA 2. If this is how they want their roads to be, don't they have a choice? We keep taking them to the well and they're not drinking the water. So how much, it's more, I really look to those of you, I don't have any CSAs, so I really look to my colleagues. But, sitting on the LAFCO board, we're talking the same thing. So we did agree we reached out to the CSAs. Yeah, they'd like to meet, have like a CSA association, and they could multi-bid or bid as a group, thinking they can get a bigger bang for their buck doing that. And so that's what's happening on the LAFCO side.
I hear what you're saying, and there's good thought behind it. How's that complicated with us dissolving all the CSA committees and only having one CSA committee in Golden Hills? I mean, how are we going to get them all together?
They've all agreed that they would like to meet.
Who's they?
The CSAs,
Who's the CSAs?
whoever their board member represents.
We dissolved them all but Golden Hills.
You're wanting to dissolve them?
No, we did.
No, Ben, she's talking about representative from the CSA. So each of the LAFCO has reached out to the CSA I shouldn't say representative, reached out to the property owners.
Oh.
And welcome them to have a conversation with LAFCO, with
Understood.
the MSR. Yes.
Okay, because there's no CSA board members. That's where I was
Correct.
confused.
Yeah, it's the property owners. Supervisor Callaway.
No, so I'm at, what is it that, I'm not real clear, what, are we being asked to?
The Board of Supervisors is the governing board of the CSAs.
Right.
And so we've conducted this survey, but we can't
Right.
move forward with the next step if we are to move forward with the next step. So we've come to the Board of Supervisors saying, we've conducted this survey. These are the people who may be in voting possibly for an increase, and these others are saying no. Would you like us to move forward with the next step on CSA 1, on CSA 2, on CSA 12, individually
Right.
with the CSAs?
I can speak for CSA 1 from my perspective. I understand that of the 114 answers, that 67% were no. But that being 3,577 developed parcels, that is not a true pulse on the community. I see the need. I'm willing to put my neck on the line saying that they need a vote, because if they really want their roads fixed, they have to say, yes, we're willing to pay for it. You know, and like I said, I thank you for what you did in CSA 1 last year, getting the money down on the road. That's a crucial step in the right direction, because we can show them, look, here's what we did. We did use your money to facilitate that. It's not enough. So from my perspective for CSA 1, I'm willing to put my neck on the line as their representative and say, yes, it should go out to a vote for them. It's going to cost them for their part of the engineering reports, because that's going to help facilitate it. Hopefully, it's not for dire consequences. That's where I stand up for CSA 1.
All right.
Supervisor Garamendi.
All right, there you go. I'm fortunate in that CSA 12 has a committee that's advisory, and they had good voting. It was close, 2 votes separated, but, this is a democracy, and that is the majority. So I think we table it, and we could always come back and do this again.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. And I want to appreciate the extra effort Jacob made in trying to figure out how to connect with people, and we did drive the numbers up.
We did.
And we'll get sandwich boards in the next time we do this, but pretty good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess, do you have anything else more? Oh, okay. I guess that leaves me with most of the CSAs in my district. First, I want to thank each and every one of you for helping me respond to my inquiries on each of my CSAs that come in. So thank you for taking the time and walking through everything. I know a lot of it has been repetitive, but thanks for bearing with me. Looking at the numbers and with some new development that have happened since the survey results, especially with Diamond 20, which is CSA 4, they have, I think, seeing these numbers and hearing the input from the property owners, I think they're realizing the significance of what this has resulted in, and they are now having a community meeting July 2nd. And so I am too going to stick my neck out from at least CSA 4 at this time and say I think that we're working towards a step where they might want, I know it tied on here, and there wasn't a lot of response, but I think that this was a wake up. And I'm going to go with that I would like to explore it more for CSA 4. But I think to cement my answer, I would like to see what the community outreach on July 2nd is, and that will be at the firehouse in Copper, to see what that feedback is and how many people actually show up. If the numbers are still what we're looking at with this survey, then we can pivot. But I would like, seeing the momentum, I think there is a hunger to move forward, and they know that something needs to be done. In terms of CSA 2, they want something done. They definitely do, and I know it's more than just them. We've got other factors that we need to deal with, such as the lookout, traffic, as well as the tower traffic. But I think there's a resolution that could be had with this group, and I would like to see what that would be. And same, I've been meeting with them, or you guys have already known, been meeting with them in small groups over the last couple months. So, yeah, but I think the biggest concern I have is CSA 4. But since this has happened and going with the July 2nd, I want to tread carefully and then relook at it after that date, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I have one quick question. When you sent these out, this one, the postcards, it goes to the property owners,
Yes.
Yes.
which in a lot of cases aren't necessarily the voters, depending if there's a rental down there.
There's two separate ways of, so if the board were to give direction to move forward with doing the engineering report, putting the question of an increased assessment to the voters, there's actually kind of, I don't know, I'd call them alternative mechanisms for how to do that. It could either be a vote of, and it's weird, I know, but it can either be a vote of property owners or a vote of the electorate residing there. So the former obviously being parcel owners, and the latter meaning it could be renters, right, who live there and are eligible voters but aren't necessarily property owners.
It would be a combination of the two then, in the second.
On the second one, yes, it would be whomever is registered to vote there, regardless of whether those individuals own the property or not.
Good information, council, thank you.
Yes, residing at the property within the CSA.
Sarah, so on the second go-round, if you're a registered voter and not a property owner, you get to vote, and if you're a property owner, not a registered voter, you get to vote.
It's two alternative ways of going about it, yes, and they have different vote thresholds.
Right, so.
Percentages.
Oh, really?
So, but you're asking.
That's interesting also.
So you're asking the registered voter who does not own the property to vote on raising money that they are not going to be paying?
Potentially, yes. And you know, we do see that. I'm just thinking of the solid waste parcel fee, for instance, right? You vote on that if you reside in the county, regardless of whether you're a renter or a property owner.
Except that having, you mean the 150? Well, not the 150, you mean what we just did for Cal Waste, right?
No, I mean the parcel fee.
The $150, which we have not raised.
Correct, it's been some time.
Yes.
What is the percentage thresholds for each?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a simple majority if we do a vote of property owners, and it is a 2/3 of the electorate if we go with voters residing.
Wow, okay, that's a big difference. So, you know, if we were going for the 50%, then we'd be looking to say, because this is one of the factors, it raises the value on your property. And if it is a renter, you can pass the cost on. If that, so that they can choose to save their tires on their vehicles. There's more decisions for us to make here on direction.
Yes, I mean, I think if we if that's the road we go down, yes.
Ms. Follendorf, you're talking about a meeting for your, Diamond 20, and you would like to wait? Could we bring this back later? Maybe I can reach out to my community myself, and I can stand there and be the dartboard and see how it goes, see if I have my eyes when I leave.
If that's okay, is that something that's doable?
I'll stay in front.
Okay.
No comment?
So I would just say, so that we're clear at this point, we're going to hold off on CSA 1 and CSA 4, no action on 12, and then for 2, we can proceed with the engineering portion.
I think based off of the data numbers, yes, I think it makes sense and the feedback that we've been getting every week.
What may be good is if we have some real, maybe rough estimates so that we can have something to discuss on at the meeting. You know, if these are the kinds of improvements that you want, this is the kind of thing you might be facing, this type of an increase amongst the 3,000 properties or so.
Right. No, we discussed a little bit when we were talking about the postcard and realized we can't put all the information on the postcard, and it's crucial information that 70% of roads that's not up to par, right? How much money and how many miles can we do out of what, 37, 38 miles of road in CSA 1? Somewhere around there? I can't remember the exact number, but those are crucial numbers that we actually have from that last survey when they did the county-wide one, that we can give them
It's a rough estimate, but it's
Right.
the beginning of a dialogue.
I don't know if I'll do an in-person meeting so much as I might just really throw my head on the line and do it on Facebook in an open forum like Valley Springs Community Bulletin Board, and I'll take the punching bag.
Popcorn.
Right, yeah. I'll do a public post so you can all watch.
Anything else, Dapper?
No, I
Okay.
think I beat it to death.
Okay. Does that give you guys enough direction? Okay. Is there anything else that we have missed you need an answer for?
Maybe we plan on coming back towards the end of July, sometime beginning of August, after these meetings occur, so that we can keep going.
Give yourself some time to, because that is a holiday weekend. We might take longer, but then you guys processing the work, the data.
Is this going to have to be a special election? See, there's a point, if we wait past August.
No. It has nothing to do, no, it is different than a normal general election. And we went to the clerk's office multiple times as a group and got that verified. These are separate than,
It's a
she
special
wants
election separate.
She doesn't want it with the general election.
Okay, no problem. Understood. So then we have some time to work with?
It's a mail-in only special
Right.
election.
No, I definitely would like to take it off the gubernatorial election. That's probably a good thing. All right, understood.
And if Becky is on and wants to correct that information, but I think that is what we have collectively gotten. This is, hi.
Thanks for looping me in now.
I didn't want to interject. Yes, if it's land, if you do the election by the property owners, then it doesn't necessarily follow the election rules, but if you do it by registered voters, it does have to follow the election rules and hit certain dates.
So we were both right.
Thank you, Ms. Trimmer.
Just say yes, Becky.
Thank you, Becky, for the clarification. Okay, so you guys have your direction, and we'll wait until July-ish, once we get more information from CSA 1 and 4, and go from there.
Sounds great.
Okay, thank you, guys. Appreciate all the time and effort.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to do public comment. Hold on. Public comment?
There's no online public comment.
Okay.
You're good.
And seeing none in the room, there's no public comment in the room. It got quiet all of a sudden, not seeing all the people. And okay. We have item number 25. I don't know if Supervisor Tofanelli gave staff any indication of what he would like to see for July to December. So I was going to see if the board would be willing to at least get staff started, and then we could revisit it with Supervisor Tofanelli having input, unless input was already given to be provided and read into the record from him, if that's okay. And then we can go into more detail at the next meeting with him involved. Supervisor Cowley.
I hadn't given any direction, but the $150, is it a tax? Is it separate from integrated waste? Just the fee itself? I would really like more clarification. We've been talking about this since way before I even got on the board. And is it a tax? Is it a fee? Do we have to go out for a vote to raise the $150? I'm just sort of a bit confused. If it's a fee, why hasn't the board, I mean myself probably included, have the courage to raise the fee? We've raised the fee for all other departments, and we have never raised the $150.
Supervisor Callaway, I am fairly certain as I sit here that it is something that would have to go to the voters, but I am more than happy to report back to the board on that.
Well, I guess I'd like to look at it as maybe a study session, because I don't want to get into integrated waste discussion. I just want to talk about the 150.
The parcel fee.
Yeah, the parcel, what fee?
The parcel question.
The parcel question mark, because I've been told both, and if it's a fee, we haven't done due diligence as a board. If it's a tax, then that's something else that goes for a vote. So I'd like at least some information on that to clarify it.
Can we get a bit of a history and presentation on where we were, how we got there? Do that first, and then I'm sure that on the list of workshop is going to be integrated waste. And so we can do that first, so we have the background, and then the second, we can then later tie it into integrated waste conversation. That way it doesn't get convoluted in the conversation, and we have clarity and moving forward. Supervisor Stopper.
I get that, but at the same time, if you can, if we decide that we need to go out for a vote for something like that, if that's the scenario, we didn't need to know where we're at when it comes to integrated waste, so that we can put forward a real number. But I can understand splitting them both up.
Well, they can still go on the same day.
Right.
We can just split up the answers and questions, and then fall into it in the next one too.
If we split it up, I'm fine with that. But there's definitely some follow-up questions that will have to be incorporated into it later. I'm fine with it being separated. That's why I was going to say integrated waste, integrated waste, integrated waste. 3 times. Let's get it done. We need to move forward.
Madam Chair, I agree that we should discuss the funding, but I don't see, I guess I disagree. I don't see any point in talking about the funding without talking about integrated waste and the budget and how it impacts and all the pieces and a comprehensive look. I mean, just knowing you can raise the money is one thing, but knowing why you want to do it should be a driving point to it. So, and I've heard both ways. So I've heard it needs to go up, and I've heard it's up too high. So I want to know what the truth is.
I'd be interested if that's like the CSAs with property owners versus renters.
That, I don't believe it's exactly the same, but that's something that I can obviously address when we come back to the board and talk about what type of, I'll use the word charge. What type of charge that is, and how it was first put into place, and then also how it would, what the mechanism would be for potentially changing it.
So, I mean, that's exactly what I think, but I think if we had them both at the same time, not, I mean, sequentially, but on the same day, we could have a real deep conversation.
We should definitely keep them together, but just
Yeah.
get the information separate so we can compartmentalize as we move into the next part of the conversation, knowing that
Yeah, no, it's I think it'll take a series of meetings to actually get through all this. I don't think it's just one day thing by any means. So breaking it up and then getting all the information and coming back with a final decision as a whole is probably a good idea, getting all the right input and all the options. But that's me. I'll stop talking too deep on it. Just consider a cost adjustment. So we aren't in the same situation.
But that's a good point, because I'm sure that each time we bring this up in the beginning, it's going to be more questions than answers, and we're going to have to give staff the time to get the questions,
The answers.
deal with our, perspectives on things, and then bring them back. So you are right, it's going to be over time. So I think we just need to block out integrative ways continuously, or I don't know how we're going to do that, but staff is going to have to break it up.
Our runway's so short right now, Ms. Fullendorf. I mean, it's too bad it's falling in our laps right now, but it's to the point where it's, we're going to have to spend the time.
And it might just be something more outside workshops, too. I mean, we're going to have to do it outside of, study
Concur.
session workshop. Marita is, okay. Okay, so we've got integrated waste and the fees. I'm going to go around, is it Supervisor Garamendi?
I've got a couple of them. I'd like to discuss Parks and Recreation. I'd like to talk about recreation as an economic driver in our county, and that's a really broad topic. I'd also like to, this fall will be 3 years since we did the general plan. We passed the general plan, we said we're going to do regular updates so that we don't end up having a 16-year backup. So I don't know what that looks like, but it seems like we're probably due to check our work again and make sure we're still on track. And then the final piece is, and this might just be an update, I would just like an update on animal shelter and how that's coming along. That doesn't need a study session. It could just be an agenda item.
Action item.
I would like, I'd like to know where it is.
Okay. Ben.
Mr. Garamendi, I mean, he hit it square on the head, Parks and Rec, economic driver. I got a few ideas. They may not pan out, but, I actually have a couple ideas that might reside in my district, which is a rarity. So that, and then, the general plan update, I think we have an obligation to continue updating it. I don't think it's languished so much for a fall to staff so much as turnover from Peter retiring, and we got a great new person in, so, we need to sit down and talk to them, what are our priorities, and work on that. And I'll say it again, integrated waste, integrated waste, integrated waste.
Echoing. Marita, do you have more? Sorry, I cut you off earlier. What else do you?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, you're going to say it. You're going to.
Okay, I guess it. So, okay, I'm going to piggyback off of Jack. I'm going to make it more broad. I think, as we're talking about Parks and Rec, we need an overall master plan. I think having that will leverage us for potential future grant money. I think it's a good foundation to have. I know we have these other little tiny things that we can probably get and address instantly, but overall, what is our master plan for the entire county for Parks and Rec? Animal shelter update, as well as other capital improvement project updates, which I think is also tied into strategic planning. And this is going to also tie back into Parks and Rec. But what are our future projects, or what is the priority of the board for future projects of not only roads but regional projects when it comes to outside county? So I'm looking at the COG. What do we have? We have a lot of projects going on. I don't want to dismiss that and freak public works out right now and feel like they're adding. But, we're going to be coming to an end to a lot of these projects in the next 2 to 3 years. Do we have shelf-ready projects that are ready to go? Or if we find ourselves with extra funding, do we have a project that Public Works can then put that money in? And I'm just going to use the city as an example with the loan that is now happening at the COG, any other projects locally, and so now that funding is going to Sacramento County. It will be coming back, but what are we ready? Are we prepared so we can keep that, so we're not going through that process? And again, going into, it's not just road paving. What are safety road projects, like non-motorized transportation, which will go back into Parks and Rec, bike trails, et cetera, bridges, things like that. So I think they can kind of all align and cross over. I would be interested to hear, and also as a representative for the COG, what is the board's priority for that? What are we going to be advocating on the county's behalf? Housing, going into what you said about general plan, part of that element is housing, but I would like to hear a broader conversation about our housing element and what are our utility districts having to say? What are the challenges they're having? Because we're getting this money, but we don't know what the other side of the county is dealing with, what the other organizations. So before we set these high expectations in the general plan, especially housing elements, what can we hear from them? Because I know there's a collaboration of utility districts meeting on their own, hoping to work with the county and partner with solving some of these issues to get development going and housing project going. But we need to bring them to the table. And that's not just water, but wastewater as well. So how can we interlink that, going back to the general plan? And then I'm going to be a little selfish, going back to general plan, is how do we get some of these other community plans done, get them met, that the board voted on a couple years ago, so we can move on to some of these other items. That's my list.
Something I forgot because I just kept repeating IWM. Yeah. Did I just say it again? But it goes to the Parks and Rec and the economic vitality. I think we're queued up for later in July for something on broadband.
June.
Okay, I mean June, yes, later in June. So that's good that we already have that on the list. Something I do want to bring back to the board, an informational item so much is brought by us by I believe it's Central Sierra Council, working through our Central Sierra Economic Development District. Now, we're almost done with our SEDS, but which is a good thing. We're going through that process. But right now, it's not, 2 of the counties are not necessarily part of our Central Sierra Economic Development District, but the state put them on, Inyo and Mono. And so it's a regional SURF grant, which is, money coming from the federal government. The state allocated $5 million to each area. So the SURF grant is, has a series of check marks. Now, we're still going through it. The state still hasn't said all the requirements yet. But each of these regions is going to get $5 million. It's going to be split up most likely closer to population. We're going to get a large chunk of that for Calaveras County. This is going towards our economic vitality. What are we going to do with it? And so we need to have a discussion as a board on which direction as a whole we would like to go, so I can take that back to the Central Sierra Economic Development District. And I would certainly hope that we can do that update a little bit sooner than later, just so it's all aware. I can reach out to the right people. I know we got a loaded month in June, but I would love just a brief time, Chair, to bring back just an information item. They can tell you what it's about, and then we can decide when we're going to discuss that in the future on which avenue Calaveras County would like to go down. That will help not only me, our Economic Development District, but also our Economic Development Director on having clear path to go down, because then we'll be clear on how we want to proceed.
I think that's something, do we need a vote on? I don't think that can be added onto this list and kind of be first up, right? I mean.
You got budget coming out.
Yeah, so after.
I don't see a reason it wouldn't fit with June, on the June one. The 21st is when we're looking at broadband. Is that too far out, Ben? Do you need it before then?
Either that or on the 7th, because the 7th's prior. I can reach out and get them to get their stuff together. They said they could do it. I mean, we can bring them on Zoom. They don't need to be in the room. And then we can have a couple of the right people. And I don't think we need more than 15, 20 minutes on something like this just to tell you where we're going. Because the state hasn't given it all to us yet. Right. But it would be good for a quick update.
When is your meeting?
Possible?
When is your meeting? The 7th is budget, right?
Okay, never mind.
The 14th. Are you looking at the 14th?
Okay, the 7th is budget.
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so.
I'm altering around.
That month is a little, the board schedule for that month is a little
Crazy.
different than usual.
It's the first Tuesday of the month.
Yeah, and we're having budget. So the first meeting we would have had outside of budget would have been the 14th. Is that within your timeline?
I think that's going to be fine, because I have another meeting with them on I believe around the 10th. I'm going to have to get it together, but we can let them know the results of what we found out and how we're going to move forward with applying for it, because there's a lot of complications. I'm getting a little too deep into it, but the 14th should be fine.
Okay.
I can't change our timeline.
Okay, thank you. Jack?
Nothing to add, ma'am.
Okay, is there any public comment?
There's no online public comment.
Okay. How many items are we up to? I think we've covered, with some extras. Okay, so at the next meeting, June 14th, can you bring the list and we can look at it? And I want to give the opportunity for Supervisor Tofanelli to give input to what we discussed. We can all look at the list from today and then consider any of his input into it, and then vote on it. Will that work? Okay, perfect. So that was just direction, no vote. Any other? No, I already did public comment. Okay, cool. We're moving on. Supervisor announcement, and I'm going to start with Supervisor Callaway.
Nothing to report.
I just wanted that, first off, last week I forgot to note that Sheep Ranch had their water system put together. We had a great ribbon cutting. I know I've kept you guys up to date on how that's come together. It was just a really good project with CCWD. They were great partners, and I think it was 4 hours after we cut the ribbon that they had to draw down 4,000 gallons in order to fight a fire nearby. So timing is everything. So it worked out pretty good. Second one is I took a tour with Mr. Elliott through my district the other day, and I recommend to all the supervisors to lock them in your car and drive them around. and show them what our different communities are about. I thought it was great. In my district, it took only 3 hours to touch the corners, so enjoy yourselves. Finally, I want to thank the Strategic Planning Working Group. Chair and I had the strategic planning meeting yesterday, and I really want to thank that group. They did some great work that I'm really excited to share with the board when we get together for our next meeting. So,
Are you on it?
no, I'm on the strategic planning, not the working group, so they're reporting out. And I just want to thank those guys. They're really doing some good work. That's all I have, ma'am.
Supervisor Stopper.
Did you take Mr. Elliott out Doster or?
We stayed on paved roads.
Okay.
Didn't get sideways on the new gravel in Doster yet.
Okay. Just curious. Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, first, congratulations to the winner of the frog jump, 5 years old, and his name is Nolan. He's this year's winner for the jumping frog. It's pretty awesome, I think, not just for him, but his family. And I hope everyone had a good time at the fair. Also, on Thursday night, I was one of the judges for Miss Calaveras, and our own Miss Calaveras from Calaveras High was here this morning getting an award. So it was pretty awesome to see the girls in that and getting on stage. It takes a lot of courage for every one of them to get in front of a crowd like that and speak through their talent. So they all did a great job. And then we also had a rodeo queen, and the name was just at the tip of my tongue.
Their saddle queen?
No, they're called rodeo queens now.
Oh.
Bout. Thank you. Yes, is our new rodeo queen. So congratulations to all of them. But I think the biggest thing that came out of this year's fair was how much the community came out and supported our kids at the auction this year. From what I'm understanding, over $1 million in the auction, which it just goes to show what an amazing community we all live in. And when we step it up together, we really make a pretty good team. So good job for all of those kids. So with that,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I might, there was a horrible tragedy today in Texas where 14 small children were killed in their school. I would like to adjourn in their memory and honor. That's right.
Yes. Oh. Good. Okay. And with that, we're going to convene back into closed session, and we'll report out at the next board meeting. With that, thank you everyone that came out today to participate. Have a good day.